A part of this group, it is the 2E of Elijah Elder out of Bend. Elijah Elder is the 2E, last car in line in this first group for the PMSA Micro Sprints. First group wrapping things up for hot laps for the PMSA. 14.912, the 2E of Elijah Elder goes quickest. Greg Long second, 15.226. Jojo Batalgia, 15.23.5 is third. Dylan Wilcox, 15.257, fourth. Next group out on the racing surface, the number 9 of Seth Waldall out of Battleground, Washington, car number 9. Then you've got the 72B of Madison Bigsby from right here in Banks. Cole Curry from Portland in the 32C. Driving car number 44 from Forest Grove, Trevor Brenner in car number 44. And those are going to be your drivers here in this upcoming hot lap group for the PMSA Micro Sprints. 14.613, your new fastest driver in hot lap, Seth Waldall. Madison Bigsby goes second quick, 14.874. Elijah Elder relegated to third. Cole Curry fourth, 14.933. And Greg Long now situated fifth in the 57. Should have at least one more group of the PMSA micro sprints. This is also a part of their Intermountain series presented by Van Raden Industries, as well as the Wingless Challenge presented by Hearst Precision Parts. The 8X, that is William Wolf out of Portland. William Wolf in car number 8X, racing for car owner Doug Pirtle. In the 10, Ryan Wolf from Portland as well. Driving car number 37, Paul Sinjic out of Carson, Washington. Paul Sinjic in car number 37. Then you have, also part of this group, John Zeider out of Albany in car number 7Z. In the 33L, Barry Lambert out of Molalla in car number 33L. That's the red and black 33L headed into turn 3. Want to welcome our live look-in audience on Facebook. This is Sunset Speedway Park here in Banks, Oregon, just to the west of the Portland metro area, suburbs of Beaverton and Hillsboro, out in some gorgeous country. And this is the Whistler Construction Modified Frenzy for the Friesen Performance IMC Modifieds, also Friesen Performance IMC Northern Sport Mods, Mach 1 Safety Racing Solutions, IMCA Sport Compacts, American Classics. In these cars, this is the Pacific Micro Sprint Association 600 wingless, 600cc wingless micros in attendance here tonight. And some big money on the line for the IMCA Modifieds for their 40-lap finale later this evening. If you're just tuning in, checking out the live look-in, you can go on to Dirt Oval TV and order your viewing pass. You haven't missed anything, as we're in the middle of hot laps here at the Banks Bull Ring. Fastest driver in that group, Paul Sinjic in the 37, fifth quick, 15.132. So Seth Waldall will be your fastest driver in hot laps for the Pacific Micro Sprint Association. Friesen Performance IMCA Modifieds on the racetrack. And this will be the headline class for tonight's Whistler Construction Modified Frenzy. Kenny Miller out of Amboy, Washington, in car number 57. Greg Walters from Right Here in Banks, or pardon me, that's Robert Duncan from Right Here in Banks in the 97X. 6M Matt Jenner out of Vancouver, Washington, and Toby Ferrando in the V4 out of Kaiser. Right around 16, Friesen Performance IMCA Modifieds in attendance this evening for the Whistler Construction Modified Frenzy. And they will be battling it out for 10-lap heat races later in the program. They'll be doing qualifying later tonight. And then the top two in each heat race will get locked into the scramble, as well as the fastest qualifier, not among the top two. And those drivers will start no worse than 6th in tonight's 40-lap main event. Hot laps back underway. Matt Jenner quickest, 16.062. Robert Duncan, 16.464 second. In the 97X, Kenny Miller, 57, 16.850. And Toby Ferrando will be fourth quick. Drivers here in Group 2 is the 13, Bryson James, and the Jerry Tramone entry is out of Albany. 5M, Springfield's Jake Maiden. While the 48, that is Aaron Elwes. Aaron Elwes in car number 48 out of Woodland, Washington. And the 82, that is one of two the brothers Whistler, that is Eston Whistler from Otis, right next to Lincoln City. So 15.409 right now, fastest Jake Maiden. He's the only driver in the 15-second range. As we're going to get a couple more laps here. By the way, if you lost a set of glasses, they were found in the parking lot. They've got some writing on it. If you can tell us and give a brief description of what they look like. We have them up here in the scoring tower. Again, if you lost any of your glasses, looks like they're, I don't know if they're reading glasses or if they're glasses you wear all the time, but they were found in the parking lot, and we have them up here in the announcing tower. So Jake Maiden still fastest in hot laps, 15.409. Aston Whistler, 15.945. Matt Jenner third. Bryson James fourth, 16.027. 16.193. Rounding up the top five, the 48 of Aaron Elwes. 28 of Ian Whistler from Otis. He's the younger of the Whistler brothers. He is next out. And from Lebanon, car number 47, Carter Patterson. In the 36, out of Kaiser, John Campos, while driving the 44 from Woodland, Washington, Christy Summers. Christy Summers in car number 44, and the 36 of John Campos. Friesen Performance IMC Northern Sport Mods also in attendance, as well as the Mach 1 Racing Solutions IMCA Sport Compacts. And the American Classics also attending here tonight at Sunset Speedway Park. Of course, the Friesen Performance IMCA Modifieds, the big attraction this weekend, 40 laps, $1,500 check going to tonight's winner. And Hot Laps is back underway. John Campos is going to be your fastest driver in hot laps at 15:029. Ian Whistler is going to go second, 15:031. Carter Patterson, 15:17.7 third. Jake Maiden fourth. Eston Whistler fifth. Friesen Performance IMCA Northern Sport Mods, Braden Brookshire in car number 10 is going to be the first car out. Representing Vancouver, Washington, from La Center, Washington, the Ada Tanner Crowling, and 95 Tim Jenner out of Newburgh. Tanner Crowling is the current point leader here at Sunset Speedway Park. In 3 races, he has won 2 of them, including most recently on July 30th. Braden Brookshire second in local point standings. Looks like American Classics are going to be coming up next for their hot laps, and then we will get into the Mach 1 Racing Solutions IMC Sport Compacts. Or correction, Friesen Performance IMC Modified qualifying will be after American Classics hot laps. And that's going to be some of the upcoming events. Want to thank each and every one of you tuning in on Dirt Oval TV, IMC.TV, or the Facebook Live Look-In. If you're on the Facebook Live Look-In, you can continue to watch. We're going to cover till qualifying. You got plenty of time to go and purchase your viewing pass on Dirt Oval TV for the rest of the night. Group qualifying for American Classics is going to be coming up next. Then 2 cars at a time will qualify for the Friesen Performance IMC Modifieds. Group qualifying for the PMSA, the Micro Sprints. Which, by the way, this is their 4th race of the year, 2nd with the Intermountain Series presented by Van Raden Industries. The first time that they have raced with the Wingless Challenge presented by Hearst Precision Parts. We'll have more information as far as local point standings and all that good business later on as the program goes forward. But this will be their 4th race at their 4th different racetrack for the PMSA Micros. And group qualifying set to commence. '96 is Danny O'Neill out of Vancouver, Washington, while the 46 RT Cutler, also from Vancouver. From Cornelius, the 02 Rod Lowe in the 02. Kendall Lee in the 66 out of Forest Grove. And those are going to be your drivers in Group 1. Right now, Rod Lowe fastest, 16:77.6 in the 0-2. Danny O'Neill Jr., 16:914. RT Cutler, 17:129. Kendall Lee in the 66, 18:15.8. And some heavy debris coming off of one of the race cars during group qualifying here for the American Classics. Safety crew is handling it. And so RT Cutler going to crank out one more lap, it looks like. He's currently situated third in time trials. And we'll see if he can get bumped up further in the qualification order. And no, he will have his best time of qualifying, 16:920, but remains third fastest. So our second group is coming up next. (23P). That's Ron Prevost out of Hillsboro, while the 07, Pat Lechner in the 07. Tony Canelano out of Forest Grove in car number 19. And the 7, the debut of Center Washington's Micah Crowling in the number 7, brother to Tanner Crowling in the IMC Northern Sport Mons. In Group 2, about to get underway here. believe we've got one more group that's going to be coming out after this. And then we'll have qualifying for the Friesen Performance IMCA Modifieds. And then after that, the IMC Sport Compacts and the PMSA Micro Sprints will be rolling out for their qualifying. Then we'll get set. We'll have opening ceremonies and then get into heat races. 10 laps for the Friesen Performance IMC Modifieds. And for the American Classics, IMC Northern Sport Mods, IMC Sport Compacts, and PMSA Micro Sprints, it is all 8 laps. 4-lap trophy dashes for everybody, but the Friesen Performance IMC Modifieds, they will be racing for 8 laps in distance. Also part of this group out of Warren is the 13K of Terry King. Terry King in the yellow and red 13K for group qualifying for American Classics. Ron Prevost to the top of the chart, 16019. 16019, fastest in qualifying for American Classics. Terry King, 16494 is second. Rodolo third. Tony Catalano, 16887 goes fourth. And Danny O'Neill Jr. rounding up your top 5 rundown for group qualifying. 00 out of Vancouver, Washington, Terry Mason, while Portland native in the 32, Robert Summerhalder. Ken Frisbee out of Vancouver, Washington in the 52. And I think we got a couple more drivers that are going to be joining us here in this next group. Nope, this is what we're going to have. We're going to have these 3 drivers. Well, after 3 groups of qualifying, as the 04T Joey Tardio in the 014, the regular 04. Mandy Tardio, the husband and wife combination. Joey Tardio goes fastest in that group. Second quick overall, 16.486. But Ron Prevost will be your quickest qualifier in the 23P. As we are getting set for Friesen Performance IMCA Modified Time Trials. It'll be 2 cars at a time. And the best lap will be their official time. First cars out will be Greg Walters in the 97 out of Banks. And now living in Amboy, Washington, Kenny Miller. Kenny Miller first race in over a year. And prior to that, just a couple of appearances in 2019. He does know how to get the job done, though, here at Sunset Speedway Park. 5 wins in this division since 2013. Greg Walters is second in local points, and checkered flag is going to wave. Greg Walters, since 2014, has amassed 13 main event wins here at Sunset Speedway Park, including 8 in 2019. So Greg Walters fastest, 14.672, 1.4672, 15.787. Kenny Miller goes second quick. Carter Patterson in the 47 will be the first driver out. He is out of Lebanon, while your reigning champion in the 25, Craig Castle, 4-time and defending champion here and current point leader, and most recent feature winner on July 30th, hits the racetrack now. Craig Castle, 14 main event wins here, including 1 this season. 5.17 is his career average finish at this racetrack. Carter Patterson, his Sunset Speedway Park debut. He goes quickest, 14.438, 1.4438. Craig Castle, 14.501. So that'll bump down Greg Walters to third, Kenny Miller to fourth. Woodland, Washington's number 44, Christy Summers, is next out. And the 36 out of Kaiser, John Campos. Green flag waving. John Campos, 4 wins here, including twice in 2018. And Christy Summers, 71 career starts at this racetrack. And 9.77 is her average finish. She does have 4 career podiums here at the Banks Bull Ring. Talking about the 44, Christy Summers. John Campos to the top of the board, 14.38.8, 1.4388. Carter Patterson second. Christy Summers will be fifth at 14.978. John Gaynor in the 99X is next to qualify. He is out of Vancouver, Washington. Joining him will be the 48 out of Woodland, Washington, Aaron Elwes. Aaron Elwes, champion here in 2018. Aaron Elwes, 5 main event wins, including twice in 2017 and 2018. His most recent win in 2019. John Gaynor, 16 career starts, but it's produced 3 podium finishes. Looking for some redemption here after a few weeks ago. Aaron Ellis, 4th, 14.602, 14.657 for John Gaynor. He goes 5th quick. As Trevor Labarge on the racetrack from just down the road in Forest Grove. Joined by Toby Ferrando out of Kaiser. Trevor Labarge, 2 career victories here at this racetrack. One in 2018, the other, the most recent, in 2021. Correction, 2 in 2021. As Toby Ferrando on the racetrack, joining this group as well. Car number 7 going up to 7th quick at 14.814 for his best time. Toby Ferrando will be 10th. And the last lap is the best one, 16.384, 16.384. Well, here was your Speed Week champion and Speed Week winner here at Sunset Speedway Park, Bryson James, in the Jerry Schramm owned number 13. He is out of Albany. And his Speed Week win was his one and only career feature victory here at the Banks Bull Ring. Jake Maiden joins him. Bryson James, the current KMJ Performance Oregon State point leader, while the defending winner of that title is also a part of this group, Jake Maiden. Jake Maiden currently 3rd in that championship battle for 2022. Jake Maiden has only made 6 main events here and 1 top 10 finish, or pardon me, 5 top 10 finishes. Twice he's finished on the podium. That was all last year, those 2 podium finishes. Jake Maiden is going to be the quicker of the 2. He goes 3rd fastest, 14.464, while Bryson James 9th, 14.924. Robert Duncan in the 97X from right here in Banks, and Ian Whistler in the 28 from the coastal city of Otis. Those are your next qualifiers. Robert Duncan has just 2 career starts. He finished 8th here earlier. In his previous start in 2014, he finished 4th. Ian Whistler has been here a total of 3 times, 2 of which have resulted in top 10s. He was 9th here during the IMCA Wild West Shootout Series. And Robert Duncan, 8th fastest, 14.740. As Eston Whistler in the 82 out of Otis will be joined with the 6M of Matt Jenner. Should be our 2 final qualifiers. Matt Jenner, twice a winner here at this racetrack, one in 2014, the other in 2019. Eston Whistler had a good run here during the Modified Speed Week. He finished 8th in the main event. He does have 1 career top 5 here last year. Eston Whistler Goes purple on the last lap, 14.101, 14101. Eston Whistler, your quickest qualifier. Matt Jenner, second quick, 14.346. John Campos, third. Carter Patterson, fourth. Jake Maiden, fifth. Craig Castle, sixth. Aaron Elwes, seventh. John Gaynor, eighth. Greg Walters, ninth. Robert Duncan, 10th. Trevor LaBarge, 11th. Bryson James, 12th. Christy Summers, 13th. Kenny Miller, 14th. Toby Ferrando, 15th. And it looks like Ian Whistler being credited with 16th. Put your hands together from the teenager from Otis, just outside of Lincoln City, Eston Whistler, tonight's quick clocker here at the Whistler Construction Modified Frenzy. And we're going to send things down to Jeremy Means as they're going to do a bit of a coin flip to see exactly how these heat races will line up.
All right, fans, how about that? How do you guys like these modifieds here tonight at Banks? Doesn't come here that often. He's not too far away. He's from Lincoln City. His name's Eston Whistler. And his dad, actually, Whistler Construction, is the owner, and he's the reason why we're able to put on this big event for you. So if you guys were waiting in line earlier at the beer line, please thank his dad. But here is Eston Whistler. He is our fast time. How's the car feel out there?
The track's pretty fast. I was surprised that I actually set the fastest time. I had no idea. I couldn't hear anything on the radio. So, car's good. I'm excited for the rest of the night.
All right. Now, it's the biggest thing is for him is he's going to help pick a coin flip on this thing, and this is going to determine where he starts in these heat races. If it picks where it's going to flip like a normal coin flip, where it'll be heads up and fast cars will start in the front of the pack, but if for some reason it's the opposite, he'll be starting fourth. There'll be a four-car invert in the heat races. So before you flip it, what are you going to do, heads or tails?
Heads.
All right, the call is heads. And it's a heads. He's starting on the pole.
So with a two heat race format, Eston Whistler will start inside front row of heat 1, inside front row of heat 2 will be Matt Jenner. Outside of the front row for heat number 1, John Campos. Carter Patterson will be the outside of the front row for heat 2. Starting third in heat 1, Jake Maiden. Craig Castle will start third in heat 2. And it looks like starting fourth will be Aaron Elwes in heat 1, heat 2, John Gaynor. While the rest of those starting lineups, when they come out for their heat race action, top 2 finishers in each heat race go to the scramble, as well as the fastest qualifier that did not finish among the top 2. So if Eston Whistler and John Campos starting front row in heat 1 finish first and second, third quick in that group, and would be the fastest driver not based off of qualifying, not among the top 2 finishers. That would be Jake Maiden. That would get him in a position to start no worse than 6th in tonight's feature. And so the drivers a part of the modified scramble later in the night will be 6 cars traveling the distance of 8 laps. We'll start tonight's 40-lap feature no worse than P6. Mach 1 Racing Solutions IMCA Sport Compacts are going to be rolling out next, and then we've got the PMSA Micro Sprint qualifying taking place after that. 10P of Ryan Potter will be the first one out. John Cardwell from Dayton in car number 27. Marissa Gentry in the 4G from Dayton, as well as Brad Gentry in the 2G, another Dayton racer. Brad Gentry, fastest, 18:68.3 in hot laps, 18:7.39 second quick. Ryan Potter and Marissa Gentry, 19:93.7. Looks like the transponder for John Cardwell wasn't exactly working, but we'll try and get that all patched up and fixed as the PMSA micro sprints will be coming out. There's about 16 of them here tonight. A good showing. Their first race since July 16th, their fourth race overall this season, and this is their second race of the year with the Intermountain Series presented by Van Raden Industries, and their first race of the season of the Wingless Challenge, and that is presented by Hearst Precision Parts. So for your first flight, you've got the 9 of Seth Waldall out of Battleground, Washington. William Wolf in the Doug Pirtle-owned 8X out of Portland. 37, Paul Sinjic out of Carson, Washington. And also part of this group is the 10 of Ryan Wolf from Portland. Seth Waldall is fastest in Group 1, 14:68.8. Paul Sinjic, 14:949 second. William Wolf, 15:16.1, 15:55.4. Ryan Wolf. As far as your competitors in the first flight, as the next one will be the 57. That's Greg Long out of Forest Grove. Your current point leader of the Intermountain Series in the 53K, Jojo Batalgia from Forest Grove. Then the 86K representing Vancouver, Washington, Dylan Wilcox. 2E is Elijah Elder out of Bend. And those are your 4 drivers here in Group 2. Greg Long is the quickest qualifier on that last lap. In fact, all drivers having their best lap on the final one, 14:526. Greg Long. Seth Waldall is relegated to second. JoJo Batalgia third, 14.793, her best time. Dylan Wilcox fourth, 14.819, and Elijah Elder fifth, is 14.872 for the 2E. As our next group on the track, it'll feature the 33L Barry Lambert, who is the PMSA overall points leader for their summer series. 32C is Cole Curry out of Portland. Still waiting for a car or two. 72B from right here in Banks, Madison Bigsby. And awaiting the arrival, it's the 22X. Coroner's Doug Pirtle, the racer out of Malala, Dustin Asher. Dustin Asher in car number 22X. Green is out. Madison Bigsby, the only driver to crack into the top five. 67.7 on her final lap. It's going to be good enough for P2. Greg Long, Madison Bigsby, Seth Waldall, JoJo Batalgia, Dylan Wilcox, your top five after 12 drivers have timed in. There is a car or two left to come out for qualifying, and it looks like the 2X of Crystal Flath out of Corbett. Part of the Doug Pirtle stable. Greg Long will be fastest, 14.526 for qualifying for the Pacific Micro Sprint Association. Madison Bigsby second, Seth Waldall third, JoJo Batalgia fourth. Fifth will be Dylan Wilcox, Barry Lampert sixth, Elijah Elder seventh, Cole Curry eighth, Crystal Flath ninth, Paul Sinjic is 10th, William Wolf 11th, Dustin Asher 12th, and Ryan Wolf 13th for your rundown, as we're going to have opening ceremonies coming up here in just a little bit. Here at Sunset Speedway Park, we'll be kicking things off with the first of two heat races for the Friesen Performance. IMCA Modifieds going 10 laps. Then it'll be the American Classics, IMC Northern Sport Mods, IMCA Sport Compacts, and the PMSA Micros, and all of those will be 8 laps in distance. As we get set for opening ceremonies, we do want to send out some shout-outs to our great event sponsors here for the Whistler Construction Modified Frenzy. Of course, Whistler Construction, the title sponsor. They've been building homes on the Oregon coast since 1998. They have a large amount of knowledge of working at the beach base on the beach area with experience, as well as a great relationship with the local communities. They are the go-to people when it comes to building your dream property on the beach and will handle all phases of construction. They will be the ones by your side from dirt to finish. Schramm Brothers Excavating, located in Vancouver, Washington. They've been serving the Portland, Metro, and Southwest Washington area since 1969. Family-owned and operated, they provide the best quality craftsmanship for all your commercial and residential needs. It's truly the one place where one call does it all. Go Plumbing and Heating of Staten, over a decade of serving much of the Oregon population. Quality work at a reasonable price where customer service is always top-notch. Give Go Plumbing and Heating a call for all your needs. Mandy Tardio at John L. Scott Real Estate, a real estate agent with 8 years of experience serving Southwest Washington, the Portland Metro, and surrounding areas. Mandy is no stranger to 5-star reviews, always putting the client first. She's great at creating an ideal situation for anyone choosing to sell or buy with her. Dirt Oval TV, providing tonight's pay-per-view broadcast, is your home for the best weekly race track streaming in the Pacific Northwest. This year alone, they've streamed at 7 different racetracks along the West Coast with experience filming around the entire country. It's the best place may be on race day at the track, but Dirt Oval TV does the best at bringing the track to you. Jay Davenport Photography of Cresswell, local photographer known for amazing shots at the Cottage Grove Speedway. Jason does his best at providing affordable pictures to bring home the memories of incredible race nights once the dust settles. Please check out and support each of these amazing sponsors and businesses. And if you deal with any sort of business with them, tell them thank you for supporting racing here at Sunset Speedway Park. All right, race fans, we've just been told we're just about set for opening ceremonies, but before we rise to attention, if there's any veterans of the military or first responders or police department members, fire department members, or even current members of those aforementioned branches, could you please stand so that we can applaud you for your service for this great country of ours? And if we could all stand and join together with them. A big round of applause to Jeremy Means and the management group here at Sunset Speedway Park for keeping racing alive here at the Banks Bull Ring. Also, a big round of applause to our on-site medics and push and safety crew in the middle, making sure that all these drivers, as well as you race fans, are safe at all times. And last but not least, a big round of applause to all the brave men and women serving in all branches of the military across the globe, as well as domestically here as first responders, police department members, fire department members, and wildfire fighters battling the blazes, protecting this great country of ours we call the United States of America. And with that, the playing of the Star Spangled Banner. All right, we are set for our first of two heat races, 10 laps the distance for the Friesen Performance IMCA Modifieds, and it will grid up like this. Starting on the inside front row, tonight's quickest qualifier out of Otis and the Whistler Construction, All-Purpose Storage, Knotworks Construction, Mark's RV Repair, Meredith Lodging, Otis Market and Fueling, Lincoln City, Salem Liquor Outlet, RK Concrete Construction, U.S. Market, GRT by Phillips Chassis, Eston Whistler. To his outside, in the 36, now sporting a Rage by Jarovitz. It's at the realestatebride.com, Whistler Construction, Northwest Family Chiropractic. Entry out of Kaiser, John Campos. Row 2 inside, the 5M, Jake Maiden out of Springfield, TL Morgan Motors, Mike Crawford Trucking, Commercial Metal Products, Dirt Oval TV, D-Ray Designs, Eugene Gutter Service, GRT by Phillips Chassis. Starting fourth will be the 48. That's Aaron Elwes out of Woodland, Washington. Tommy's Transmissions, Opsal Dawson Accounting, Reed's Automotive, 3WT Graphics, Victory Circle. You've got the 97, Greg Walters out of Banks and the Rogers Repair, Quality Chain, Swan Island Sheet Metal Works, In-N-Out Market, Schramm Brothers Excavating, Legacy Roofing, Jackson Industries, Lida Excavating, Lewis Farm, Superior Fence and Construction, Integrity Incorporated, Duncan Automotive, PCD Chassis. In the 7, Trevor LaBarge. DBC Machine, Pure Addiction, Diesel Performance, SRC Motorsports, McCutcheon Fence, One Stop Trans Shop, Swan Island Sheet Metal Works, Shaw Chassis out of Forest Grove, the 44, Christy Summers out of Woodland, Washington, Summers Racing Engines, Papa Don, Perfection Automotive, Trackside Motorsports, Eric's Frame Repair, Jet Chassis, and the V4, that's Toby Ferrando to Kaiser and the Coyote Joe's Restaurant, sponsored Shaw. Green is out, here we go, first heat race of the night is going to get underway. John Campos to the front in car number 36. Trouble is going to strike in turn number 2 as Holy Toledo Aaron Elwes getting way up in the air with the rear end as he jumped the inside berm. Caution coming out, Trevor Labarge spinning in the second corner. So 0 laps complete, still 10 to go. The top 2 finishers in this race automatically get locked into the scrambler and the scramble, and the driver that does not finish in the top 2 but had the best qualifying time, which if we ended this race right now would be Jake Maiden, the 5M. They would be the 3rd car, a part of that 6-car, 8-lap scramble that will decide who's going to start where in the first 3 rows. We've still got some things to accomplish as Eston Whistler and John Campos going to try again to get our first lap recorded in a positive direction in this Friesen Performance IMCA Modified Heat Race. Out of turn number 4, green in the air, and John Campos, a great start on the high side, will bolt his way out in front. Eston Whistler second, Jake Maiden is third. Greg Walters fourth, Trevor Labarge battling with Aaron Elwes for position number 5. First lap successfully will get completed, and it's John Campos showing the way. John Campos, Eston Whistler 1 and 2, Jake Maiden is third, but the 97 of Greg Walters trying to make something happen and make a move. Trevor Labarge is going to run in 5th right now. Aaron Elwes 6th. 7th belongs to Christy Summers. Toby Ferrando is 8th. John Campos has opened things up to about a full second. 0.984 seconds, the difference between positions 1 and 2. A little bit larger of a distance between second and third. As Toby Ferrando in danger of being placed a lap down past the halfway mark this time by. 6 laps complete and 4 to go. Toby Ferrando, the V4, running in 8th right now, is going to go down a lap as Campos makes the pass on the high side. Eston Whistler in the 82 looking to follow suit. 1 lap car between 2nd and 3rd place as we've got 2 laps remaining in this one. John Campos will get the white flag. 1 more trip around the park for car number 36. John Campos out of Kaiser will be your winner of heat race number 1. Second will be Eston Whistler. 3rd, Jake Maiden. 4th is Greg Walters. 5th, Trevor Labarge. 6th, Aaron Elwes. 7th, Christy Summers. And 8th will be the V4 of Toby Ferrando. Heat race number 2 will feature the Tom's Performance, Twisted Motorsports, JM Shocks, E&L Motorsports, Evolution by Twisted Chassis out of Vancouver, Washington, Matt Jenner. To his outside, the 47, Carter Patterson out of Lebanon. In the water to go, James Gang Pizza, S&J Truck and Trailer Repair, Lynn Benton Insurance, J&S Farms, Whistler Construction, Willamette Messenger Service, Matt CNC Machine, sponsored GRT. Starting 3rd, it's the 25 of Craig Castle out of Albany, the Esterly Motel, Deborah Herndon, Family Nurse Practitioner, Bill and Michelle and Ryan Witt. Arco AMPM of State and American Hero Carpet Cleaning. Special thanks to Trevor Glazer at Mid-Valley Farms and Driving Force Graphics. He is out of Albany and running a Shaw by CRD chassis. Starting fourth, the 99X, John Gaynor out of Vancouver, Washington. Swan Island Sheet Metal Works, Gaynor's Automotive, Anderson Signs, Jag Columbia Property Development, Finley Farms, Brown & Miller Racing Solutions, PCD by TRP chassis. Fifth in the grid, Robert Duncan from right here in Banks in the 97X. Summers Machine and the Vineyard family sponsors on that car, running a PCD chassis, while car number 13 and the Jerry Schramm owned car out of Albany, the Schramm Brothers Excavating, James Gang Pizza, Lynn Benton Insurance, JK Pickle Trucking, Crocker's Cars, Checkered Flag, Asphalt Paving and Seal Coating, AM1 Roofing, Raceprint.com, Willamette Messenger Service, Donofrio Skyline Ford, Rage Chassis of Bryson James. The 57 that is Kenny Miller from Amboy, Washington, the Stipe Engine Specialties, KFM Racing, Triple E Ranch, AB Graphics and Printing, TRE Chassis, and the 28 of Ian Whistler out of Otis in the Whistler Construction All-Purpose Storage Knotworks Construction Marks RV Repair GRT by Phillips Chassis. Washington and Oregon on the front row, Matt Jenner, Carter Patterson, heat race number 2 for the Friesen Performance IMCA Modifieds is underway. Carter Patterson will bolt to the front as Craig Castle in car number 25C tries to make something happen, and yellow is out. And reason for the caution, there's a little bit of debris just in front of the flag stand going towards turn 1. That is why we go yellow. So after heat race number 1, your cars locked in the scramble should be this: Eston Whistler, John Campos, and Jake Maiden. So your potential lock-ins, if they finish first and second, would be Matt Jenner and Carter Patterson. And if Craig Castle finishes in third, he would also join. Matt Jenner and Carter Patterson take 2. Looks like we're going to have a delay as Bryson James comes to a halt. Bryson James, 11 main event wins on the season so far this year, including the Mark Howard Memorial Modified Nationals at Cottage Grove Speedway, 2022 IMCA Wild West Shootout Series champion. He won the first race here, the first race the whole season on June 24th. There's been 4 races here for the Friesen Performance IMCA Modifieds, 4 different winners. Broken rear end for the 13 of Bryson James. He's going to have to retire early. That's unfortunate for the young man out of Albany. And he is going to have to start deep in tonight's 40-lap feature. Jeff Lovell won here on Independence Day for the Firecracker 40. July 16th, Colin Weinbarger victorious, and the most recent driver to visit victory lane in this division, Craig Castle. The 4-time defending series champion here. 2020 Willamette Speedway track champion. And back in 2014, the KMJ Performance Oregon State champion, Craig Castle. So Bryson James actually going to the work area, but he's going to keep it pointed towards the right and headed back to the pits. And that's unfortunate for Bryson James. Matt Jenner and Carter Patterson, your front row. This is Carter Patterson's debut here at this facility. Matt Jenner, 2 career victories here throughout the years, 1 in 2014, the most recent in 2019. So 7 cars, 10 laps, heat race number 2. Take 2 for the Friesen Performance IMCA Modifieds. Carter Patterson up top. He's going to be able to get around the outside of Matt Jenner. Good battle for third between the 25C of Craig Castle and the 99X of John Gaynor. John Gaynor in the 99X is going to move up into position number 3. As Matt Jenner holding on to second. That is the final lock-in spot into the scramble. And Matt Jenner, car number 6M, trying to hold on. 3 wide action for third as Ian Whistler from the back of the bus is already up to 4th as he will secure the position. Oh no, Matt Jenner out of shape right in front of Craig Castle, Ian Whistler, and John Gaynor. And they're going to go 3 wide again for position number 4 this time as Kenny Miller getting in on the action. Craig Castle in the 25 trying to overtake the blue 6M of Matt Jenner for second as Carter Patterson takes off from the rest of the field. Here comes the 28 of Ian Whistler. Ian Whistler trying to get in the top 2. His older brother, Eston Whistler, was quickest. Ian Whistler started dead last in the second and final heat race. Trying to redeem himself in a major way, but Matt Jenner holding on. But we're halfway home, 5 down and 5 to go. It's been all Carter Patterson. Matt Jenner is second. Ian Whistler third. 4th, Craig Castle. 5th, John Gaynor. Then it's Kenny Miller, followed by Robert Duncan. All cars on the racetrack are on the lead lap. Matt Jenner starting to separate just a tad from your third place runner, Ian Whistler. Just as I say that, Jenner going to hit some rough stuff going into turn 4, and now Ian Whistler going to flank him on the left. Matt Jenner able to keep Ian Whistler in check as Craig Castle is a close 4th. John Gaynor 5th, and now Castle trying to reclaim P3. We expect the white flag to come out. One more trip around the Speedway as a close and fierce fight for third place between Ian Whistler and Craig Castle, and now John Gaynor getting in on the mix. Final lap of action for Carter Patterson in the all-black number 47. A huge lead over second place Matt Jenner. Carter Patterson will win heat race number 2 for the Friesen Performance IMC Modifieds. Matt Jenner will finish second. They are in tonight's scramble. Then you've got Ian Whistler finishing 3rd, John Gaynor 4th, 5th will be Craig Castle, 6th, Kenny Miller, and 7th, Robert Duncan for the finishing order for heat race number 2. And we'll have to figure out who is going to be the 6th and final car in, as Craig Castle was 6th quick. He finished that one in 5th. As American Classics heat race number 1 rolling out next. Ron Prevost out of Hillsboro on the Hillsboro Vac and Sew. Daly's Goodyear, the exhaust shop, muffler shop of Hillsboro, sponsored entry, inside pole sitter, 13K out of Warren, Ross Diesel and Auto, River City Speedway sponsored machine of Terry King in the 13K. 02 out of Cornelius, Rodolo and the Bare Bones Racing, special thanks to his lovely wife, sporting the White Dragon Rodolo in the 02. And then you've got the 96 of Danny O'Neill out of Vancouver, Washington. Jenner Racing, Perfection Automotive, Eric's Frame Repair, E&L Motorsports, DNS Auto Wrecking, SRC Motorsports, Henderson Racing, Cutler Racing. 0S out of Gaston. That's Pat Lechner. Pat Lechner in the 07. The 04M. It's the Transaction Transmission, Proline Remodeling, Mandy Tardio at John L. Scott Realty, Affordable Automotive, Jim's Thriftway, Nate Morrison Plumbing, Old Town Tattoo, Forest Grove's Mandy Tardio, and the 52 out of Vancouver, Washington, Ken Frisbee. Ken Frisbee will start position number 7. This is 8 laps in distance, 8 laps for heat race number 1 of 2 for the American Classics. Ron Prevost and Terry King, your front row starters. Expecting the green to wave coming out of turn number 4, this time by Ron Prevost and Terry King. We'll get the party started. Here we go. Terry King in the 13K gets out to the point. Ron Prevost is second. That outside front row starting position, advantageous right now. Third place is in debate between the 96 of Danny O'Neill Jr. and the 02 of Rod Lowe. Rod Lowe will move up to P3. Mandy Tardio fifth. Sixth is Pat Lechner, and then Ken Frisbee running in seventh. 2 laps into this one, Terry King laying down the best laps of the entire race, the last 2 trips around the park. Terry King, Ron Prevost, Rod Lowe, top 3. Oh no, trouble, tire and wheel disconnecting. The 96 of Danny O'Neill Jr. gets sideways. We go yellow for the first time in this race. Caution flying, 2 laps complete, 6 to go. Terry King is the race leader. Ron Prevost second. Rod Lowe is third. Danny O'Neill Jr. was running in fourth at the time, so Mandy Tardio will be promoted to P4. Pat Lechner is now fifth. Ken Frisbee sixth. And Danny O'Neill Jr. going to be put on the hook, as it looks like the left rear tire and wheel disconnecting, and going to bring his efforts here in heat number 1 to a premature end. We've got one more heat race for the American Classics, one for the Friesen Performance IMCA Northern Sport Mods, one for the Mach 1 Racing Solutions IMC Sport Compacts, and 2 for the Pacific Micro Sprint Association. And those will all be 8 laps, by the way. Well, like folks know, 50-50 raffle tickets on sale at this time. $450 take home at this point. 50-50 raffle, over $400 to win this evening. And we have found an ATM card with the name Zachary on it, and it has been turned into the front gate. If your name's Zachary and you're missing your ATM card, check the front gate. They have found it for you. Delaware double file restart coming up. Terry King is your leader. Ron Prevost electing to start on the outside front row and the immediate double file row behind King. Rod Lowe to his inside. Mandy Tardio, Pat Lechner, and Ken Frisbee, the rest of the restart order as we get things back to green flag action with 6 to go this time by. Bit of smoke coming out of the 07 of Lechner as he tries to overtake Mandy Tardio for 4th. Looks like successfully will accomplish that. Ron Prevost holds on to 2nd despite Rod Lowe working the bottom of the racing surface. Both drivers trying to stay within reach of the 13K of Terry King. Four down and 4 to go. Rod Lowe in the 0-2. Still in pursuit of position number 2 as he goes to the inside yet again. But Ron Prevost in the 23P says nay. 2 times around is what we've got left as far as the balance of the distance is concerned, is lap number 6. will successfully get completed this time by. White flag coming out. One more trip around the park for Terry King in car number 13K. Fight for second going to come down to this final lap as Terry King is going to win it. Despite the dust getting kicked up as they come out of turn 4. Ron Prevost at the line second. Third, Rod Lowe. Fourth will be Pat Lechner. Mandy Tardio fifth. Ken Frisbee sixth. And Danny O'Neill Jr. credited with seventh. Heat race number 2 coming up. It's the Transaction Transmission Pro Line Remodeling. Mandy Tardio at John L. Scott Realty. Affordable Automotive, Jim's Thriftway, Nate Morrison Plumbing, Old Town Tattoo, 04 out of Forest Grove. That is Joey Tardio, your inside pole sitter. Terry Mason out of Vancouver, Washington, and the 00 starts outside front row. While the DVC Machine Transaction Transmission, Duncan Automotive, number 19, Tony Catalano, will start in third place. The 46, that's RT Cutler out of Vancouver, Washington. Cutler Trucking, Supreme Tires and Accessories, Brittany Wood Photography, Ernest Racing, the sponsorships. In the 32, Robert Summerhalder, McCutcheon Fence, SRC Motorsports, Hull Tool, Airgas, Todd's Point S Tires. Race Cows, Chew on This Jerky, Ernest Racing, and Racing in Honor with Veterans with PTSD. Robert Summerhalder out of Portland starts 5th. Starting 6th out of Forest Grove, Kendall Lee. And the Debutante out of La Center, Washington. In the Duncan Automotive, Pioneer Auto Salvage, SDMF Custom, Shockwave Shock Service number 7, Micah Crowling. Micah Crowling in car number 7 is scheduled to start in position number 7. This is going to be the same story as heat race number 1 for the American Classics. It'll be the travel distance of 8 circuits. And they go green next time by out of turn 4. Joey Tardio, Terry Mason, exiting the 4th corner. Green is out. Here we go. Terry Mason trying to keep the theme of the outside front row as the sweet spot right now when it comes to the initial restarts. Joey Tardio second, trying to overtake Mason for position number 1. RT Cutler in the 46, battling with the 19 of Tony Catalano and the 32 of Robert Summerhalder. Trying to dive down to the inside. Joey Tardio to overtake Terry Mason for the race lead, but not successful at this point in time. Running in 6th is the 66 of Kendall Lee. 7th is Micah Crowling. 2 laps into this one, 6 to go. Going purple last time by Terry Mason, fastest car on the racetrack. Joey Tardio trying to wind it up and get some momentum built. Mason dedicating himself to the middle of the racetrack in the corners and the high side on the straightaways. RT Cutler, despite some smoke coming out, is able to hold on to 3rd. Robert Summerhalder is 4th. Tony Catalano rounding up the top 5. Micah Crowling in car number 7. Off the pace, but we've got trouble. It's Joey Tardio, your second place runner, spinning in turn 4, and that will result in a yellow flag. Caution coming out. And didn't see what happened, as it's a little bit difficult to see in turn 4. This is why they call it Sunset Speedway Park. Obviously Highway 26, the Sunset Highway. And the sun just off of the horizon to the west of us, slowly making its way down, and soon will disappear and make visibility much, much better for you race fans in turn 4, whether here in person or watching on Dirt Oval TV. Second place runner Joey Tardio, who had just had his fastest lap of the whole race on lap 3. That's how many we have completed, spinning in the 4th turn. Terry Mason leads. RT Cutler will be promoted to 2nd. 3rd, Robert Summerhalder. 4th, Tony Catalano. And now 5th will be Kendall Lee. Joey Tardio able to recover and get restarted and rejoin the pack. He will be in position number 6. 5 to go when we get back to green flag action, and we'll see how far Joey Tardio can recover. He was second fastest in qualifications. Delaware double file restart, exiting turn number 4. Green is out. Robert Summerhalder in the 32 is going to go into the second place position. Terry Mason holding on to the race lead. Halfway home, 4 down and 4 to go for Terry Mason. Joey Tardio trying to recover some lost ground in the 04T, trying to go to work on the 66 of Kendall Lee, while the 19 of Tony Catalano doing battle with RT Cutler in the 46, and it may transform into a 3-car fight for third place. Catalano and Cutler leaving the bottom of the racetrack open, and it allows the 04T of Joey Tardio to overtake Catalano. Now looking for the double overtake to get past the 46 of RT Cutler. Your top 2 cars, a lot of separation from P2 to P3. White flag coming out. And your race leader, Terry Mason, is a lap away from the victory here in the second heat race for the American Classics. Your winner of heat race number 2 is going to be Terry Mason out of Vancouver, Washington. Robert Summerhalder second. Joey Tardio rallies to finish in third. Fourth will be RT Cutler. Fifth, Tony Catalano. Sixth will be Kendall Lee. And Micah Kroling will finish in seventh. One and only heat race for the Friesen Performance IMC Northern Sport Mods will grid up like this. The Schramm Brothers Excavating, Dusty's Machine, Frank Looney, sponsor number 10, running a Shaw chassis out of Vancouver, Washington. That's Braden Brookshire. To his outside, car number 8 from Le Center, Washington. Driving the Duncan Automotive, Pioneer Auto Salvage, SDMF Customs, Shockwave Shock Service, X-Factor chassis. Your current point leader, Tanner Kroling. In car number 95, out of Newburgh, it's Tim Jenner. Tim Jenner in car number 95. Sponsored by Jenner Heating and Cooling, Wicked Wild Designs, running a Swartz chassis. And this one, 8 laps in distance, will get started right now. Tanner Kroling in car number 8, the winner of the last 2 main events in this division, gets to the point. Braden Brookshire, second. Tim Jenner, sideways, and turns 3 and 4, we stay green. Jenner into the infield, looks to be out of harm's way right now, no caution. And just as I say that, yellow is out. So this is the one and only heat race for the Friesen Performance IMC Northern Sport Mods. 1 heat race for the Mach 1 Racing Solutions IMC Sport Compacts, and then 2 heat races for the Pacific Micro Sprint Association. All of those 8 laps in distance. 1 down and 7 to go. Tanner Kroling is your race leader. Braden Brookshire second. Tim Jenner will restart in third. Going green next time by. Tanner Kroling, your leader, as we've got 2 down and 6 to go. Braden Brookshire second, third is Tim Jenner. Tanner Kroling opening things up to over 2 seconds as far as a gap between himself and the current runner-up, Braden Brookshire. Brookshire, the reigning IMCA Sport Compact champion here at Sunset Speedway Park. The only driver not named Tanner Kroling to win here was on June 24th when Trevor Points picked up the victory during the IMCA Wild West Shootout for this division on June 24th, which just so happened to be the first race ever here at Sunset Speedway Park in 2022. Braden Brookshire out of shape, and Jenner in the 95 tries to slide to miss, and they're going to have a little bit of contact. Jenner tried to slow things down, well, tried to avoid, and we'll see if it's detrimental damage to either party and will prevent them from continuing on this heat race. Meanwhile, 5 laps complete, 3 to go. Your race leader the whole way has been Tanner Crowling. Tim Jenner able to fire off and stay on the racetrack. Now waiting to see the status on the 10 of Braden Brookshire. Tanner Crowling, Tim Jenner, Braden Brookshire, all cars on the racetrack on the lead lap. 3 laps to finish this one off. And green is out. Tanner Crowling in car number 8 to the point. Trying to reconstruct that large lead he had prior to that second yellow. And 2 away from the drop of the checkered, as white flag should be greeting the field this time by when they head down the front straightaway. Tanner Crowling out of La Center, Washington, just a few corners away from picking up the heat race win. And Tanner Crowling will be victorious for the Friesen Performance IMCA Northern Sport Mods. Tim Jenner finishes second, third, Braden Brookshire. One and only heat race for the Mach 1 Racing Solutions IMCA Sport Complex. The top coat finishing, Cardwell painting number 27 out of Dayton. That is John Cardwell. And the 4G also out of Dayton, sponsored by TNT Motorsports, Marissa Gentry. Lining up third, already a feature winner here this year, Brad Gentry from Dayton in the TNT Motorsports car. And the 10P representing Vernonia, the Wigwam Tavern, B&M Auto Machine, Grumpy's Towing, Cozy Lawn Maintenance, Caboose Muffler, Dan Cylinder Heads Entry, Ryan Potter in car number 10P. 4 cars, 8 laps, one and only heat race for the Mach 1 Racing Solutions IMCA Sport Compacts. Green flag is out, and it's a good start for John Cardwell in the 27. Does have Marissa Gentry on the outside in the 4G trying to do battle for the top spot. Lap 1 will be Cardwell, your leader. Ryan Potter in the 10P is going to make his way past Marissa Gentry. Gentry's going to go from second to fourth. Brad Gentry up to third, and now Ryan Potter trying to search for position number 1. 2 in and 6 to go. John Cardwell in the 27 trying to beat back the 10P of Ryan Potter. As Gentry in the 2G, he's going to take the higher route. He'll overtake Potter, now trying to do the same with Cardwell, and Brad Gentry is your leader of the third circuit. 3 wide stair-step formation for position number 1 as they go out of turn number 2. Brad Gentry with the advantage. John Cardwell in the middle, Ryan Potter down on the bottom. Brad Gentry continues to pace the field in this one. John Cardwell, the runner-up, Ryan Potter third. Fourth is Marissa Gentry. Six laps into this race and just 2 to go as John Cardwell trying to reclaim first place, running out of time. Ryan Porter off of the racetrack in the 10P. Brad Gentry trying to hold on. He's got to do so for just one more lap. Brad Gentry out of Dayton is going to exit turn number 4, and he will be your winner of the Mach 1 Racing Solutions IMCA Sport Compact Heat Race. John Cardwell second, Marissa Gentry third, Ryan Potter will finish in fourth. First of 2 8-lap heat races for the Pacific Micro Sprint Association. Starting on the inside front row in the MJM Racing Motors, Robinson Brothers Construction, Fish's Shuttle Service, GSE, Madras Elks Lodge, 2E from Bend, that's Elijah Elder. Outside of him, the 44, Trevor Brenner in the HPS Construction. Special thanks to Grandma and Grandpa. He's from Forest Grove, lining up third in the 57, Greg Long in the Dean's Mobile Repair entry, racing for car owner Bob Smitty. Greg Long from Forest Grove. In the 10, Ryan Wolf in the PCR Racing, Wolf Racing car from Portland. Starting fifth, Barry Lampert out of Molalla in the Canby Graphics 33L. Starting in sixth will be the 53K, Jojo Batalgia from Forest Grove, Robin Schomburger at EXP Realty, Perfection Automotive, Peel Excavating, Pacific Roofing Company, Reliable Transmission, Main Street Salon, Hers Precision Parts, the sponsorships on the 53K. Starting in 7th, this is the 72B from right here in Banks, Madison Bigsby, Alpine Resources, Pacific Roofing, 5-Star Construction, In-N-Out Market, and Old Town Tattoo. And we've got the 7Z also in this one. John Zeider out of Albany. Rick Racing, Magic Fingers Mike Van Raden Industries. This is the first race of the Hers Precision Parts Wingless Challenge. And the second race of the Intermountain Series. The first one was on July 16th. And Jojo Batalgia was the winner. And that was at Madras Speedway. She's the current point leader of the Intermountain Series. Barry Lampert won the first race of the year at Grays Harbor Raceway on May 21st, while Willamette Speedway hosted the series on June 25th. Trevor Brenner, your outside pole center, was victorious in that. Barry Lambert, William Wolf, Trevor Brenner, Jojo Batalgia, and Paul Senjik is your top 5 in series points heading into round number 4. Lots of rainouts here at Sunset Speedway Park. This is their 4th race at their 4th different facility. Green coming out when they exit turn number 4. And here we go. Elijah Elder and Ryan Wolf, the partnership on the front row starting positions is unfortunately no 44 Trevor Brenner. And Elijah Elder trying to lead lap number 1, but Greg Long in the 57 bringing the heat from behind. Elder will lead lap 1. Greg Long to the inside. Good side-by-side battle down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Greg Long down low. Barry Lambert running in 3rd. Jojo Batalja is 4th, and 5th is Madison Bigsby. Lap number 2, still Elijah Elder, 0.010 seconds. The gap between positions 1 and 2 is Barry Lambert. A little sideways in turn 2. It's not going to bring out a yellow, as John Zeider and car number 7Z going to go down a lap as a fierce battle for the race lead ensues. Greg Long in the 57 threads the needle with the double overtake. Greg Long looking to bring us to the halfway mark as the driver in position number 1, and that will be a successful obtainment of the race lead from Greg Long. Elijah Elder 2nd. 3rd is a fight between Madison Bigsby in the 72B and the 53K of Jojo Batalja. 5th is Barry Lambert, and the last car on the lead lap off the pace is Ryan Wolf. Wolf will limp it off of the racetrack, and we're going to be 2 laps away from the checkered flag if everybody can make it through on this circuit. Elijah Elder not backing down from your race leader Greg Long, trying to get really close to the back of that all-black number 57. Elijah Elder with the all-black with the white frame, 2E from Central Oregon, trying to maneuver his way around Greg Long to get back into first place. Final lap of action as Greg Long keeps it on the bottom in turns 1 and 2. Elijah Elder winding it up as they go into the 3rd corner. Final opportunity and looking to rim ride the top. It's going to be Elijah Elder, your winner of heat race number 1. Greg Long will finish in 2nd. Madison Bigsby 3rd. Jojo Batalja 4th. 5th will be Barry Lambert. John Zeider will finish 6th, and Ryan Wolf will be credited with 7th. And how about it for the opening heat race for the Pacific Micro Sprint Association? We've got one more to go. Final heat race of the night. It's going to be Seth Waldall out of Battleground, Washington in the Kingston home Swan Island Sheet Metal Works. The Heat Guy HVAC Plumbing Works Northwest, number 9, your inside pole sitter. Outside will be Cole Curry from Portland in the Hearst Precision Parts. Simply Pictures with Jennifer Wolf, Bare Bones Coffee, Friar Tuck Chicken, Peak Pest Management 32C. Starting 3rd will be the 37, Paul Sinjik out of Carson, Washington. It's the Street Legal Motorsports Clark and Louie's Restaurant Corrosion Shield sponsored 37. The 22X, that's Dustin Asher and the Doug Pirtle fielded entry. Pirtle Transport, the sponsorship. Dustin Asher is out of Molalla. Starting in 5th, the 00X of Doug Pirtle from Corbett, sponsored by Pirtle Transport. And to make it a Doug Pirtle racing team trifecta, Corbett's Crystal Flathen 2X will start in 6th. 7th in the starting grid, another Doug Pirtle owned entry, Pirtle Transport, PCR Racing, William Wolf Racing 8X, William Wolf from Portland. And the 86K, Dylan Wilcox from Vancouver, Washington. Special thanks to his grandpa. 8 cars, 8 laps for the second and final heat race for the Pacific Micro Sprint Association. Final heat race of the night is going to get started. Green is out. Washington and Oregon on the front row. It's going to be Seth Waldall getting to the point in the number 9. Cole Curry 2nd. Battle for 3rd is a good one here. Dustin Asher on the high side, and it's going to be Crystal Flath moving in suit into 4th. Paul Sinjik shuffle back to 5th as Dustin Asher sideways in turns 1 and 2. And it looks like we may be going yellow for the first time in this one. Yes, we will. Caution comes out with 1 lap complete. One lap down, your race leaders, Seth Waldall, then it's Cole Curry, Crystal Flath, Paul Sinjic, Doug Pirtle, William Wolf, Dylan Wilcox, and Dustin Asher at the back of the field. 7 laps remaining. Green flag is out. Here we go. Crystal Flath now running in second. She's able to get around the 32 of Cole Curry. Curry's able to take the position away side by side. Oh no, Flath sideways, nearly getting drilled by the 8X of William Wolf. Paul Sinjic in the 37 up to third. Lots of jockeying for position going around as fifth is under fire. The double OX of Doug Pirtle side by side with William Wolf in the 8X. 2X of Crystal Flath back up into third place, dispatching Paul Sinjic. Behind both Pirtle and William Wolf is the 22X of Dustin Asher. He was running in the top 5 when he got sideways, looking to regain some lost territory. Dylan Wilcox rounding up the rest of the running order in 8th place as we're halfway home, 4 down, 4 to go. Seth Waldall, your race leader. Cole Curry second. Third, Crystal Flath. Fourth right now is Doug Pirtle. And Pirtle getting sideways and upside down. Red flag. Red flag coming out as that battle for 4th intensified. And safety crew on the scene. Doug Pirtle, the reason for the stoppage. Doug Pirtle out of the race car in the double OX. That's the good news. The unfortunate news is race car taking a pretty good licking. 4 down, 4 to go. Seth Waldall is the race leader. Cole Curry second. Crystal Flath third. Paul Sinjic is being scored in 4th. William Wolf 5th. Dustin Asher and Dylan Wilcox the rest of the restart order when we get things re-racked and restacked. Final heat race of the night is about to get underway here shortly. Real quickly, there is a lost set of keys. If you have found any sort of keys that have been on the ground or anywhere around the facility, could you please return those to the front gate? That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. All right, Seth Waldall trying to put the finishing stitches under this quilt that has been heat race number 2 for the Pacific Micro Sprint Association. Green is out, and this one is green. Dustin Asher trying to get underneath Paul Sinjic for position number 4. So they go into turn number 3. 3 wide action as the 2X of Crystal Flath is going to fall back to 4th, possibly 5th, nearly 3 wide for P3 as Cole Curry continues to hold down 2nd. Seth Waldall going purple on lap number 5, 2 away from the drop of the checkered flag. Seth Waldall definitely finding some Jungle Cat quickness here in the later stages of this. 3 cars all in the hunt for 3rd place. Final lap of action to be sorted out right now. Waldall, Curry, and Sinjic, your top 3 runners. As Crystal Flath and Dustin Asher nearly clash together going down the front straightaway. Close action. That is for 4th place. Seth Waldall will be your winner of heat race number 2 for the Pacific Micro Sprint Association. Cole Curry finishes 2nd. Paul Sinjic will be 3rd. 4th at the line, Crystal Flath, it looks like. Dustin Asher 5th. William Wolf 6th. Dylan Wilcox 7th. And Doug Pirtle will finish in position number 8. Well, all the heat race competition has concluded. We are going to have our draw for the scramble, figure out who's going to start where for the scramble, and where they finish is where they will start in tonight's 40-lap main event for the Whistler Construction Modified Frenzy for the Friesen Performance IMCA Modifieds. And I think Bryson James going to get some courtesy laps here in the 13, as he had issues in his heat race and looking to bounce back. All right, and these are the 6 drivers that will be participating in the 8-lap scramble. And we'll find out where exactly they will start here in a couple of moments. We're going to turn things down to Sunset Speedway Park General Manager Jeremy Means.
How's everybody doing tonight? You guys enjoying this racing out here? It's been pretty wild so far. May not be the biggest count of modifieds we've had all season here, but I can tell you one thing. This group that we have here tonight, some incredible drivers. All right, first one to draw will be our Heat Race 1 winner, John Campos. Campos out of Kaiser. How's it been going so far out there? How do you feel? I mean, you feel pretty confident heading into this scramble?
Confident, I don't know. You know, we just picked up this car a few races ago. We're learning it. Tonight's been pretty good so far. Track's a little bumpy in spots, a little slick, a little bit of everything. It's got a lot of character in it, but yeah, we'll give her hell.
John Campos will start second in the dash for John Campos in the 36. Up next, making his first ever trip to the Banks Bullwing, and all he did was put it in victory lane for the heat race and earned $150. I know you weren't originally planning on coming here this weekend. Some schedule changes after Willamette canceled a couple days ago. But how you enjoying the Banks Bullring for the first time?
So far, so good. Really liking this track so far. It really fits my driving style.
All right, he's got a couple of different options here. Let's see what he draws. He's going to open it up, and he starts on the pole. Pole for the 47 of Carter Patterson. So we have the front row decide, so now we just have 3 through 6. Up next is going to be Eston Whistler. He was your quick timer. We talked earlier. Do a quick little draw. And he will start fourth. Fourth for Eston Whistler. And I know you have a pretty good cheering squad over there in that first suite over there. You going to put on a show for those guys this afternoon?
Oh yeah, hopefully we can take it to victory lane tonight. So.
All right, that's Eston Whistler. We're going to move on to Matt Jenner. First time we've seen Matt all season, but this tends to be a type of racetrack I think you do better at, these type of hero up on it. I know this is all hero dirt, and I can tell you one thing. When it comes to hero dirt, this is one guy to watch all night long. How do you feel about this tonight, coming and seeing this type of track conditions this afternoon?
We'll see. I got a big old open motor in, so this is what I need.
All righty, and he will start fifth. Fifth for Matt Jenner. We have a 3 and a 6 left. We're going to move on to the bandit, Jake Maiden. See what he gets. Jake's going to be starting sixth for the 5M. I know we talked a little bit earlier. Track, I think, is going to get a little bit better. I think it's going to have character most of the night, but I know starting 6th, we got 8 laps here. You got a long main event left to go. It's going to be a lot of who can stay out of trouble all day, but how do you feel about your chances later on?
We're not too bad. We don't run up here very often, so we're just kind of trying to get used to the tight confines. As long as it slicks off a little bit and slows down, I think the racing will be better overall.
All righty, that's Jake Maiden in the 5M. And our final drawer, even though it's already been decided, and he will be starting 3rd. We start 3rd for John Gaynor, starting off a lot better than last time we saw you here. I know the track conditions are actually pretty similar to last time we saw you, maybe a little heavier, but it's looking pretty good so far. Early lost a lot of speed off this PCD tonight.
Yeah, I think that if it slicks off a little bit, like they were saying, the track's going to get a lot better and a lot more racy. We're hoping for it for sure, and hopefully this car can stay in one piece.
All right, we'll let these guys get back into their machines. We want to let these guys hear it one time for them while they're all out here. Let's give a big round of applause. All right, well, they're going to get strapped in. This is for money as well as how they finish, how they're going to start the main event. So to win this, we'll put you on the pole of tonight's A-Main, but it's also going to give these guys $150 to win. So there is some money on the grab, not just starting up front. We're going to bring you back up to Ben Deathridge.
Thanks a lot, Jeremy. As we've been mentioning all night, Carter Patterson, a debutant at this racetrack, his first time ever running here with the Friesen Performance IMCA Modifieds. John Campos, no stranger to this place. He's got 4 career wins since coming here in 2015. Average finish of 6.33 in main events. Has made 30 features. 26 have resulted in top 10s, including 6th here for the IMCA Wild West Shootout. 18 top 5s, 13 podium finishes, 2 wins here in 2018, 1 win in 2017, and 1 win in 2016. John Campos' 2022 season has a main event victory at Cottage Grove Speedway, 13 starts through the course of 2022, 11 top 10s, 6 top 5s, 3 podiums. He's currently 5th in KMJ Performance Oregon State points, while Carter Patterson, his first season in this division, he's got 8 main event starts at 2 racetracks, 2 at Cottage Grove Speedway, 6 at Willamette Speedway. He does have a podium finish at Willamette, and all 4 top 5s have been at the Lebanon facility, as well as his 5 top 10 performances. 8.5, his average finish in main event competition. Eston Whistler, 9th in KMJ Performance Oregon State points. His brother Ian is 7th. Jake Maiden third in state points, and that is as far as drivers that are here tonight and where they stand in the state point battle. Carter Patterson and John Campos on the front row. They were the two heat race winners. The outside front row in those heats is where the winner came from. John Gaynor and Eston Whistler, third and fourth in the starting grid. Carter Patterson in the Water to Go primary sponsored entry, while John Campos, realestatebride.com, Swan Island Sheet Metal Works, 99X out of Vancouver, Washington, John Gaynor at Whistler Construction 82 from Otis. Eston Whistler, Vancouver, Washington's Matt Jenner in the Tom's Performance entry. And the 5M, sponsored by TL Morgan Motors. They call him the Bandit, Jake Maiden out of Springfield. 6 cars, 8 laps. Where they finish is where they will start in tonight's 40-lap feature of the Whistler Construction Modified Frenzy here at Sunset Speedway Park. Carter Patterson, John Campos, front row. Here we go. John Campos keeping the theme of the outside. Front row starting position, the place to be, and he's going to lead lap number 1 as a great battle for third here, almost spilling over into second. Carter Patterson currently holding down the runner-up position as the 99X John Gaynor to the inside of the 82 of Eston Whistler. That is third place that is being fought over. Matt Jenner is fifth. Sixth belongs to Jake Maiden as John Gaynor can't quite make it past Eston Whistler to move into third. Carter Patterson in front of both competitors, currently holding down P2 as John Campos rips off another purple lap. And the difference between your top two drivers, 2.107 seconds. Matt Jenner into the infield in car number 6M. It looks like we're going to stay green for this moment, just as Eston Whistler had moved into second. And Matt Jenner in the 6M. Yellow is out. And Jenner, it looked like, wasn't quite out of harm's way. And that's the reason of the stoppage. 3 laps complete, 5 to go. John Campos leads and Carter Patterson back into second. Eston Whistler third. John Gaynor fourth. Fifth, Jake Maiden. And Matt Jenner will restart in sixth. After this, we're going to be taking a bit of a short intermission, so if you got to get up, stretch the legs, buy a 50-50 raffle ticket, that's the time to do so, because we're going to get right into main events when we come back to racing action here at Sunset Speedway Park. Just 4 races left after this one. Starting off with the American Classics 25-lap main event. Delaware double file restart. John Campos showing the way in this one. Behind him, Carter Patterson and Eston Whistler on that immediate row. Eston Whistler, good restart on the bottom. Goes into second. Whistler was your quickest qualifier this evening. John Gaynor now looking to P3 as Carter Patterson getting dangerously close to the outside retaining walls. Matt Jenner back up to fifth, now trying to get in on the action for third with John Gaynor and Carter Patterson. 4 down, 4 to go. Matt Jenner in the 6M side by side with the 47 of Carter Patterson for fourth in the running order. 99X of John Gaynor third as Matt Jenner successfully will obtain P4 from the 47 of Carter Patterson. Eston Whistler casting a line and starting to reel in your race leader John Campos. Track is getting faster. Lap number 5, 4 of the 6 drivers ran their best lap of the race. 0.958 seconds is the difference between positions 1 and 2. White flag is out. One more trip around the speedway for John Campos. John Campos showing the way. He's just a couple corners from capturing the checkered flag, and he will start on the inside front row of tonight's Whistler Construction Modified Frenzy. Eston Whistler second, John Gaynor third. It'll be Carter Patterson at the line in fourth, Matt Jenner fifth, and Jake Maiden will finish sixth. And John Campos, who was sixth here almost a couple of months ago to the day, is looking for his second win in the 2022 campaign. Running a Rage chassis now and looking to bounce back in a big way after a trying weekend at Cottage Grove last Saturday night. John Campos, race fans out of Kaiser, and we're going to get an interview with Jeremy Means.
All right, we're going to do a nice quick one here, right here, with he still has his helmet on. John, you're on the pole. You already earned a $300 so far tonight of our money here. Got a lot more to claim later on tonight. How's it feel starting the pole to 40-lapper later on this evening?
Well, it's going to be a tough one. Like I said before, the track's got a lot of character to it, so it's getting a little tumbly and rough. I see the tractor coming out, so it's either going to hurt it or help it. We're just going to, send it, see if we can hold off these young guys back here.
All righty. How about one more time for John Campos?
A little less conversation, a little more action, please. All this aggravation ain't satisfaction in me. A little more bite, a little less bark, a little less fight, a little more spark. And close your mouth and open up your heart, and baby, satisfy me. Satisfy me, baby. Baby, close your eyes and listen to the music and dig to the summer breeze. It's a groovy night and I can show you how to use it. Come along with me and put your mind at ease. Hey, a little less conversation, a little more action, please. All this aggravation and satisfaction in me. A little more bite, a little less bark, a little less fight, a little more spark. Shut your mouth and open up your heart and baby, satisfy me. Satisfy me, baby. Come on, baby, I'm tired of talking. Grab your coat and let's start walking. Come on, come on. 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 Don't procrastinate, don't articulate, girl, it's getting late. You just sit and wait around. A little less conversation, a little more action. All this aggravation ain't satisfaction in me. A little more bite, a little less bark, a little less fight, a little more spark. Close your mouth and open up your heart, and baby, satisfy me. Satisfy me, baby. 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 Satisfy me, baby.
'cause you're caught in my weather, caught in my weather every time. Feels like the first time we've fallen behind. No use is the other one to wait, and I can hold on as sure as I'm strong. Get over the faith.
Hey, race fans, we just want to have a couple of friendly reminders. First of all, 50-50 raffle tickets still on sale with 4 main events left in the program. We'll be doing the final call shortly. And also, no smoking or vaping in the grandstands. There is a designated smoking area. If you could please conduct that sort of activity there, it's much appreciated. Thank you. All right, race fans, break out your 50-50 raffle tickets because we have $667 to give away. And tonight's organization doing the raising, the IMCA Angels. They are a local biker clean and sober association that supports the community with the clean and sober events. They help newcomers, and the pot of the charity goes to help the community. And they do toy runs. All money goes back to the community, and their biggest event is the toy run in November. So yellow ticket 246-7403. 246-7403 is the winning 50-50 ticket numbers. It looks like our first main event of the night is going to roll out. 246-7403, yellow ticket number. All right, your main event should be looking like this for the American Classics. They roll in the racing surface. Ron Prevost will be your inside pole sitter out of Hillsboro in the Hillsboro Vac and So 23P. Outside of him, Terry Mason of Vancouver, Washington. Lining up third, Rod Lowe out of Cornelius on the Bare Bones Racing entry. The 32, that is Robert Summerhalder from Portland in the McCutcheon Fence car. Starting fifth will be the 07 of Pat Lechner from Gaston, while the 04 of Joey Tardio from Forest Grove starts in position number 6, sponsored by Transaction Transmission. Seventh will be the 52, Ken Frisbee out of Vancouver, Washington. Tony Catalano out of Forest Grove, and the DVC Machine 19 grids up P8. Scheduled to start in 9th is the 96 of Danny O'Neill Jr. from Vancouver, Washington in the Jenner Racing Machine. Kendall Lee from Forest Grove, 10th in the starting grid. And 11th, Center Washington's Micah Crowling in the Duncan Automotive sponsored number 7 is scheduled to start in 11th place. Mandy Tardio, unfortunately, a scratch, as well as Terry King, and it sounds like the 96 of Danny O'Neill Jr. is a similar situation per race officials. This one is 25 laps. Friesen Performance IMC Northern Sport Mods will travel 20 laps. 20 laps for the Mach 1 Racing Solutions. IMC Sport Compacts. The Pacific Micro Sprint Association will go 25 laps, and the Friesen Performance IMC Modifieds are 40-lap finale. Field forming up. By the way, want to thank tonight's special event sponsors, Whistler Construction, Schramm Brothers Excavating, Mandy Tardio with John L. Scott Real Estate, Go Plumbing and Heating, Dirt Oval TV, and Jay Davenport Photography. As we're going to be going green next time by when they exit turn 4. Ron Prevost was quickest in qualifying heat race number 1. Terry King with the victory, while Terry Mason got the job done in heat 2. So Prevost and Mason front row. This is the first time that they've squared off in racing competition in any sort of race all night long. Exiting the 4th corner. Green is out. Here we go. Ron Prevost to the front as Rod Lowe in the 0-2 trying to go after Terry Mason for 2nd. Joey Tardio and Robert Summerhall, they're side by side for 4th. Mason in the 0-0 somehow holds back the 0-2 of Rod Lowe, side by side for P4. The 0-4 of Joey Tardio trying to negotiate the 32 of Robert Summerhalder, as well as the 0-2 of Rod Lowe. Lowe picking up the left front up in the air, draws level down the back straightaway. Looking to complete lap number 3 this time by as Ron Prevost has a lead of half a second over your 2nd and 3rd place competitors. It's like a Delaware double file restart at full speed. Ron Prevost, Terry Mason, Rod Lowe, Joey Tardio, Robert Summerhalder, your top 5. Pat Lechner is running in 6th. 7th, R.T. Cutler. 8th is Tony Catalano. Ken Frisbee, 9th. 10th, Kendall Lee. Micah Crowling, last car on the lead lap in the 7 machine, is about to be placed 1 lap down, courtesy of Ron Prevost. Terry Mason went purple on lap number 5. Here comes Mason down into the inside. May have a lead change or at least a challenge for the top place position. As Ron Prevost holds on, Terry Mason is right there. 0.210 seconds, the gap between 1st and 2nd place. Rod Lowe is 3rd, while the 0-4, Joey Tardio, a close 4th. Robert Summerhalder, 5th. Still your top 5 competitors in this one. Rod Lowe seems to have 3rd place on lock as he is trying to claw his way towards the rear bumper of the orange and black 0-0 of Terry Mason. Just as I say that, the 0-4 Joey Tardio will go around the outside up into 3rd. Tardio thirsty for more as he sees Terry Mason in front of him. Battle for 2nd place. Oh my, a little bit of contact between Tardio and Mason. Incidental contact between the 2 drivers in turns 3 and 4. It allows Ron Prevost to pedal away from Mason in 2nd. Joey Tardio again to the inside. Of Terry Mason. This is for 2nd place. Tardio this time to 2nd. Micah Crowling going down a lap. Lap traffic has not been a factor just quite yet as Tardio trying to reel in Ron Prevost now. This next time by, we're going to be at the halfway point. Challenge for the race lead. Joey Tardio trying to overtake the 23P of Ron Prevost. And 13 down, 12 to go. Joey Tardio is the new leader. Trouble is going to strike. Ken Frisbee gets sideways in the 2nd turn, and we'll find out, is the 04 still the leader? "13 laps complete. And 12 to go, so just past the halfway mark. Joey Tardio is at the point. Ron Prevost 2nd, Terry Mason 3rd, Rod Lowe 4th, Robert Summerholder 5th, RT Cutler 6th, Pat Lechner is 7th, Tony Catalano is 8th, 9th, Kendall Lee. And Ken Frisbee, if he can rejoin, will be scored in 10th. So lap number 13, Joey Tardio lighting up purple, meaning fastest lap out of anyone during the whole race. And we're going to get back to green flag action here shortly. 12 laps to sort things out. Joey Tardio showing the way. Delaware double file restart behind the 04. Originally started this main event in 6th. In the top 5, there's been some great battles. Although Ron Prevost was pretty much untouchable for most of it. But Tardio, Mason, Lowe, and Summerhalder all in a big mix of some great action. Speaking of action, the action flag waves, and this one gets back underway. Ron Prevost able to secure second from Terry Mason as Joey Tardio literally off to the races of the left front, packing way up in the air. Tricycle effect, riding around the Banks Bull Ring here. Joey Tardio, Forest Grove. Ron Prevost second, Terry Mason third. Good oh no, Prevost. Lots of smoke, possibly a mechanical problem, specifically with the engine. And we go yellow. Your second place driver, Ron Prevost, looks like losing the power unit. And a heartbreak for the guy who led the first 12 laps of this one and was quickest in qualifying. And no doubt race officials are going to be surveying the racetrack for any sort of fluid being dripped out of the 23P of Ron Prevost. Joey Tardio, your leader. Terry Mason will now move up in a second. Robert Summerholder, I think, is going to... Robert Summerholder third. Rod Lowe fourth, and RT Cutler is going to be how they get back to green flag action. We'll double check with race officials. Ron Prevost getting some assistance off of the racetrack. Outside of the top 5, Pat Lechner is 6th, Tony Catalano 7th, Kendall Lee 8th, Ken Frisbee 9th. And those are the remainder of cars that are on the lead lap. Micah Crowling is a couple laps down, scored in 11th. Green flag and a wave exiting turn number 4, this time by Joey Tardio. 11 laps away from the victory. 14 have been completed for the good. Rod low to the inside of RT Cutler to try and secure 4th. And they nearly collide on the back straightaway. Tony Catalano now trying to move in the top 5 for the first time this evening. Something may be wrong with the right front portion of Rod Lowe as he is off the pace. Rod Lowe slowing down in a hurry, and he's going to fall out of the top 5 and looks like going to have to pull it in the pits early, and he can't make it there. So we go back under caution flag conditions. And for the 3rd time in this race, yellow flag comes out, and for the 3rd consecutive lap, 15 complete, 10 to go. Joey Tardio, your leader. Terry Mason, 2nd. 3rd, Robert Summerhalder. 4th, Tony Catalano. And 5th is RT Cutler. Pat Lechner will restart in 6th. 7th, Kendall Lee. And 8th will be Ken Frisbee. We'll see if the 0-2 at Rod Lowe can make it back out. On that restart, he was battling hard with the 46 of RT Cutler for 4th, talking about Rod Lowe. Former Pure Stock champion here back in 2010. And Joey Tardio, lots of decorations over the years here at Sunset Speedway Park. 15 complete, 10 to go. And it sounds like Rod Lowe is going to make it back out. Big round of applause to the pit crew for keeping him in action. Well, the first 13 laps went incident-free. The last 3 laps, it's been stop and go. We'll see if this is the final time that the green flag waves for the American Classics main event. Exiting turn number 4, Joey Tardio gets us back to green flag racing conditions. Joey Tardio at the point, Terry Mason 2nd, Robert Summerhalder 3rd. That's your current podium right now. We'll get through lap 16, see if we can break that streak of 1 lap complete and then a yellow comes out, then another lap complete and another yellow comes out. Looks like so far so good as Joey Tardio at the point. Nearly a full second advantage. 0.681 is the gap between 1st and 2nd. Robert Summerhalder remains in 3rd. Tony Catalano 4th. 5th is RT Cutler. 18 down. And couple to go as this one's been reduced to 20. White flag is going to be coming out. One more. And before the yellow can come out, yellow flag on the racetrack. Caution waving. Debris on the front straightaway going into turn 1, or sort of close to turn number 1. That's the reason for this 4th stoppage. So Joey Tardio leads, Terry Mason 2nd, 3rd Robert Summerhalder, 4th Tony Catalano, 5th is RT Cutler. And this one before it went green last time, was just told that it was reduced to 20. And now we have 18 down, so green-white checkered finish is coming up next. And in the words of the great Jerry Van Sickle, GWC is headed our way for this American Classics main event. Into 3 coming out of turn number 4. Green flag for Joey Tardio, trying to put the finishing touches on this main event. And park it in the winner's circle again here at Sunset Speedway Park. Tony Catalano and RT Cutler go right into battle for 4th place. One more trip around the speedway for Joey Tardio. Spirited battle for 6th now between the 07 of Lechner and the 02 of Lowe. Is Joey Tardio, your leader since lap number 13, will hold on to pick up the victory here in the American Classic. 2nd, Terry Mason. 3rd, Robert Summerhalder. 4th, Tony Catalano. 5th, RT Cutler. 6th, Pat Lechner. 7th will be the 02 of Rod Lowe. Finishing in 8th is going to be Ken Frisbee as Kendall Lee up in smoke in the 66. Micah Crowling will finish in 10th, and Ron Prevost 11th. How about it for Joey Tardio in the 04 out of Forest Grove? 1 down, 4 to go. And we're going to have to let some of this smoke go away for visibility purposes of our upcoming main event. Kendall Lee out of the race car in car number 66. Friesen Performance IMC Northern Sport Mods will be next. 20 laps is how far these guys will travel. Starting in the inside front row position, you're defending Mach 1 Racing Solutions IMC Sport Compact Track Champion of the Schramm Brothers, excavating number 10 out of Vancouver, Washington, Braden Brookshire. To his outside, your current point leader and the winner of the last 2 main events here in this division, the Duncan Automotive number 8, La Center, Washington's Tanner Crowling. Starting 3rd out of Newburgh in the Jenner Heating and Cooling, number 95, Tim Jenner. Tim Jenner of Newburgh will start in P3. 3 cars, 20 laps is the distance for your Friesen Performance IMC Northern Sport Mod main event. Top 5 in local points headed into tonight. Tanner Crowling leading, Braden Brookshire 2nd, Trevor Points 3rd, Chester Ness 4th, Justin Riker the top 5. Trevor Points winning the first race here on June 24th, while Tanner Crowling getting victories on July 16th and July 30th.
the voice of the trade chief. Dirty looks and I'm looking for a payback. Burning books in a bulletproof backpack. Everybody is a star. Got my money and I'm feeling kinda low. Everybody got a star. And it's funny how everybody got a low.
Coming up, and we've just got a handful of main events left. 4 to go for the rest of the night. We got 220 lap features with the Friesen Performance IMC Northern Sport Mods and the Mach 1 Racing Solutions IMCA Sport Compacts. 25 laps in distance for the Pacific Micro Sprint Association main event, and 40 laps for the Friesen Performance IMC Modifieds. Set to go green next time by Braden Brookshire and Tanner Crowling. Crowling was the winner of the one and only heat race earlier in the program. Second and first in points start first and second in this feature. Going green out of turn number 4. Here we go, 20 laps coming up. Braden Brookshire trying to get ahead of the 8 of Tanner Crowling. They go side by side out of turn number 2 down the back straightaway. Crowling up top. Braden Brookshire still keeping his faith on the bottom. Lap number 1 will be led by Braden Brookshire. Braden Brookshire looking to get his first one of the year as Tanner Crowling sees acres of space downstairs. A little bit of daylight to work with, hoping that the window stays open. As they come out of turn number 4 down the front straightaway, it'll be Braden Brookshire still at the point. Tanner Crowling is second. Third belongs to Tim Jenner. This one all Braden Brookshire so far, despite Tanner Crowling hot on his heels. Crowling trying to make it level pegging down the back chute and into 3, but Braden Brookshire just a little bit better on the higher side of the racetrack. Tim Jenner remains in third. Former Sunoco IMCA stock car driver Tim Jenner, now racing in the Friesen Performance IMCA Northern Sport Mods. Six laps into this one, 14 to go, still a lot of distance to cover. Tanner Crowling goes purple for lap number 6. Fastest car on the racetrack as Braden Brookshire runs his best lap of the entire race. Over 1 second of an advantage right now. Braden Brookshire over Tanner Crowling now counted a second and a half. Tanner Crowling has been very successful here over the years, including 9 main event wins since starting running here in this division in 2019. 6 of those came in that same season of 2019. Nearing the halfway mark, Braden Brookshire leads as Tim Jenner sideways in the second corner. Right now we're going to stay green. As Jenner fires it up, he is going to be scored a lap down. So it's a dogfight now for your top 2 positions. Braden Brookshire and Tanner Crowling, a bit of a match race of who can beat who. Car number 10 leading lap number 10 with 10 laps to go. Tanner Crowling is second. Still about a full second, if not more. 1.266 as Tim Jenner slowing on the backstretch, trying to pull it in the infield. We're going to stay green. Braden Brookshire and Tanner Crowling get sideways. Caution is out for the first time in this race. "11 laps complete as Tanner Crowling going to fire it back up. Tim Jenner still in the infield. And Jenner retiring due to mechanical issues. Braden Brookshire looking for Friesen Performance IMC Northern Sport Mod career win number 1. Tanner Crowling behind him. He's already got one once this year at Willamette Speedway, and he's won the last 2 here at Sunset Speedway Park. Crowling trying to keep Braden Brookshire within reach. Braden Brookshire, though, has 8 laps to go as lap number 12 gets counted for the good. Brookshire trying to keep the 10 car under control, while Tanner Crowling hoping for a little bit of a mistake that he can capitalize and overtake and get P1. Braden Brookshire advantage 0.592 last time they hit the start-finish line. Crowling trying to do his best to keep it at a bare minimum, if not less than that. Same about a distance for lap number 14. When they come by out of turn number 4, it's going to be 5 to go. 5 laps remaining for Braden Brookshire and Tanner Crowling. The match race between these 2 young drivers representing Southwest Washington. Braden Brookshire still advantage to him. 0.528. Brookshire was able to edge out just a little bit as Tanner Crowling was better on lap number 15. Crowling really getting in a good rhythm here in the middle, but he can't make it side by side just quite yet, and the lead's going to grow to 0.577. They're fairly even, but Braden Brookshire just a little bit of a fraction faster. 2 to go for Braden Brookshire. 0.327. Tanner Crowling closing in. We're going to see the white flag come out. This time by Crowling going to try and make a heroic move on the inside of Braden Brookshire. Final lap of competition. Crowling looking to keep the streak alive, while Braden Brookshire looking to pick up a huge victory. They nearly draw level coming out of the second corner. Braden Brookshire advantage going into turn 3. Final corner comes down to this. Braden Brookshire out of Vancouver, Washington will win it. Second will be Tanner Crowling, and Tim Jenner finishes in 3rd. How about it for Braden Brookshire and Tanner Crowling, a respectable runner-up tonight. First time that Braden Brookshire has won in the Friesen Performance IMCA Northern Sport Mod division. He's going to be the third different driver in 4 races to win here this season. Last year, he had 6 victories in 8 starts in the Mach 1 Racing Solutions IMCA Sport Compacts. And what a great segue, because that is what is coming up next here at Sunset Speedway Park with 3 main events remaining. Another 20-lap feature. And gridding up on the inside pole, John Cardwell out of Dayton in the top coat finishing. Number 27 inside pole sitter. Outside of him will be Marissa Gentry in the TNT Motorsports 4G out of Dayton. Starting 3rd, another Dayton driver, Brad Gentry, who has tasted success here in the other TNT Motorsports car. And starting in position number 4 will be the 10P of Ryan Potter out of Vernonia in the Wigwam Tavern sponsored car. It's like race officials just surveying the racetrack, making sure no debris on the racing surface. Got the Pacific Micro Sprint Association main event after this one, and then the 40-lap finale of the Whistler Construction Modified Frenzy for the Friesen Performance IMC Modifieds. It's coming up next here, Mach 1 Racing Solutions IMC Sport Compacts here at the Banks Bull Ring. John Cardwell, Marissa Gentry, front row starters, 20 laps for your Mach 1 Racing Solutions IMCA Sport Compacts is going to begin right now. John Cardwell to the point. Then it's the House of Gentry battling for second. Brad on the bottom, Marissa on the high side. Ryan Potter trying to move up to third. First lap leader will be John Cardwell, car number 27. Brad Gentry is second. He's been victorious here earlier this year. Ryan Potter, third. Fourth is Marissa Gentry. Your top three starting to show a little bit of separation. 2 laps down, and we've got a battle for position number 2. Ryan Potter trying to slide next to the 2G of Brad Gentry to get into second. John Cardwell. Holding on despite Ryan Potter and the 2G of Brad Gentry hot on his heels. John Cardwell going to get overtaken by Brad Gentry as Gentry, your leader on the 4th circuit. Brad Gentry shows the way. John Cardwell second. Ryan Potter a close third. Marissa Gentry fourth. We're a quarter of the way home. 5 laps complete, 15 to go. Ryan Potter has second secured. Now he is trying to hunt down Brad Gentry for the top place position and become the new trailblazer in this one. He put down the best race of the entire night as he went purple for lap 6. Lap number 7, Brad Gentry still leads. 0.463 the advantage for Brad Gentry over Ryan Potter. John Cardwell third. Fourth is Marissa Gentry. As we near the halfway mark, Brad Gentry leading since lap 4, but he's got some company. Brad Gentry's lead reduced to 0.243 seconds. Ryan Potter in the 10P trying to make some magic happen. Down low, side by side. 0.208, the time difference. As Ryan Potter may have something here down the back lane. Brad Gentry remains dedicated to the top as Ryan Potter subscribes to the inside. Still Brad Gentry leading. Gentry having a little bit better of a lap number 10 than Potter did, as that'll bring us to the midway point. John Cardwell third. Fourth is Marissa Gentry. Some of these classes may not have the car count, but they've been definitely having some great racing as you've got a new race leader for lap 11, the 10P of Potter. Ryan Potter trying to secure position number 1 and take off from Brad Gentry. 8 to go. John Cardwell is third. Fourth is Marissa Gentry. Closely approaching the 3/4 mark. Ryan Potter, purple for lap number 13, 1.447 seconds. The gap between himself and Brad Gentry, now it's 2.399. Ryan Potter is cruising. 5 laps to go this time by for Ryan Potter. Brad Gentry, John Cardwell, Marissa Gentry, the rest of the scored order. Marissa Gentry quickly coming into view for your race leader, Ryan Potter. Potter may be performing a pass on the 4G and Marissa Gentry to place her a lap down. There'll be 2 to go this time as we've got 18 completed. If everyone makes it by this time. Brad Gentry and John Cardwell, things heating up for second. Cardwell looking to make the pass underneath Gentry. Gentry, though, holding on. One more trip around the park for Ryan Potter as John Cardwell tries to get side by side with Brad Gentry. And your winner tonight out of Vernonia, Ryan Potter in the Mach 1 Racing Solutions IMCA Sport Compacts. Second is going to come down to the finish line. It'll be Brad Gentry over John Cardwell, and Marissa Gentry in the 4G will be the last car in the finishing order in fourth. We've got 3 main events complete. How about it for Ryan Potter race fans in the 10P? 16 cars scheduled to go, 25 laps for the Pacific Micro Sprint Association main event starting on the inside. Front row to Carson Washington, the Street Legal Motorsports, number 37 of Paul Sinjic. Outside of him, 72B Madison Bigsby out of Banks in the Alpine Resources car. Row 2 will feature the 32C of Cole Curry in the Hearst Precision Parts machine out of Portland. Starting fourth, the 57 of Greg Long in the Danes Mobile Repair car. And he's driving for corner Bob Smitty. Greg Long out of Forest Grove. Starting in fifth, it'll be the number 9 of Seth Waldall out of Battleground, Washington, sponsored by Kingston Homes. Then you have the MJM Racing Motors 2E from Bend, Elijah Elder, starting in sixth. Starting in seventh, the 53K, JoJo Batalji out of Forest Grove and her Robin Schomburger at EXP Realty sponsored mount. Then the 2X Crystal Flath out of Corbett. In the Pirtle Transport 2X starts in 8th. 9th in the starting grid, Barry Lampert out of Molalla, Canby Graphics sponsored car. The 22X, Dustin Asher in the Doug Pirtle Sported Machine sponsored by Pirtle Transport. He is out of Molalla and he starts P10. Starting in 11th, it'll be the 7Z of John Zeider out of Albany in the Trick Rick Racing car. The 8X, that is William Wolf in a Doug Pirtle owned entry. Pirtle Transport, the primary sponsorship. William Wolf is out of Portland, starts 12th. Ryan Wolf in the PCR Racing number 10 from Portland will start 13th. 14th will be the young man out of Vancouver, Washington. Special thanks to his grandpa, Dylan Wilcox. 8th and final row should look like this. The 00X out of Corbett, Doug Pirtle. Pirtle Transport, the main sponsor, in the 44 of Trevor Brenner out of Forest Grove, scheduled to start in 16th in the HPS Construction Machine. 25 laps. These guys and gals will journey around the Banks Bull Ring. It's Washington and California on the front row. Paul Sinjic, 5th in points with the series overall this year, while Banks' very own Madison Bigsby on the outside front row starting position. Out of turn number 4 as the lights go off. The noise will come back on. Sinjic and Bigsby. Green flag racing. Madison Bigsby trying to take the high line away from Paul Sinjic and getting into the front place position. So far, so good. Cole Curry in the 32C working underneath Greg Long in the 57. Lap number 1, your leader is Madison Bigsby. Bigsby shows the way. Greg Long has worked his way up into second, but does have some company with the likes of the 37 of Sinjic. Just as I say that, Seth Waldall in car number 9 comes to call. Rest of the top 5, Cole Curry in the 32C scored in 5th. Good battle. Sinjic on the bottom in the 37. Up top is the white 9 of Seth Waldall. Waldall to 3rd, now going after the 57 of Greg Long for 2nd in the running order. John Zeider in the 7Z quickly approaching, quickly in the view of your race leaders being approached as Madison Bigsby leads. Here comes Greg Long as well as Seth Waldall looking to challenge her for the top place position. Jojo Batalji in the top 5, running in 4th is Paul Sinjic in the 32C of Cole Curry fight for 5th. Lap traffic already a factor as Madison Bigsby can't quite make it around. Zeider in the 7Z nearly 3 wide for the race lead. Waldall in the 9 is going to go from 3rd to the top spot. 3 wide down the back straightaway. Greg Long on the bottom. Madison Bigsby in the middle. Seth Waldall operating in the top shelf. And caution is going to wave. Doug Pirtle in the 00. He is sideways in turn 2. And we have a car out of commission. I'm not sure if that's the 8X of William Wolf or not. And I believe that is William Wolf that has come to a stop in turn 2. William Wolf 2nd in series points headed into this race. So first stoppage will be on lap number 5. 20 to go. An incredible start for Madison Bigsby. There was some lap traffic starting to come into effect there. John Zeider in the 7Z. Greg Long is being shown in 2nd. Seth Waldall 3rd. Jojo Batalgia 4th. Paul Sinjic is 5th. Pirtle was running 10th at the time. He got upside down in his heat race earlier in the program. It was good to see that they made the necessary repairs to get him back out. 6th is Cole Curry. 7th, Dustin Asher. Barry Lampert is 8th. Crystal Flath 9th. And a quick correction, I do believe we might have a car that the transponder's not working. And Elijah Elder. So Elijah Elder running in 7th in the 2E. Then you got Barry Lambert is in 8th. 9th, Dustin Asher. 10th is Crystal Flath. John Zeider is a lap down in car number 7Z. Dylan Wilcox, last car in the lead lap when we get back to green flag action. And he is going to restart approximately in 10th. Ryan Wolf went off of the racetrack early, it looks like. And we're going to have 2 retirement, or at least 1 retirement here, I should say, with the 8X of William Wolf. 3 previous races, 3 different winners at 3 different racetracks in 2 different states. Barry Lampert winning the season opener on May 21st at Grays Harbor Raceway in Elma, Washington. Willamette Speedway in Lebanon on June 25th is when Trevor Brenner won. And the most recent race and the first race of this Intermountain Series presented by Van Raden Industries at Madras Speedway, Jojo Batalgia, the most recent winner. This is race number 2 for the Intermountain Series presented by Van Raden Industries and the first leg of the Hurst Precision Parts Wingless Challenge. Pirtle getting on the hook and pulled in the infield, so a double retirement from those 2 drivers. After this, one more main event to go, and that is the Friesen Performance IMCA Modifieds. Five down and 20 to go. Madison Bigsby leading. Looking at the schedule, next Friday and Saturday night, Pacific Micro Sprint Association going to be in action at Grays Harbor Raceway for a double header in Elma, Washington. Don't forget, next race here at Sunset Speedway Park Thursday night, Interstate Sprint Car Series, the week of speed. It's also going to be the speed week for the dwarf cars. Expecting cars from all over the place in both divisions to be here at the Banks Bull Ring. You don't want to miss it. That's Thursday night. Coming up really quickly out of turn 4. Green is out. Madison Bigsby on the gas. Greg Long fighting with Seth Waldall for second. Seth Waldall, by the way, prior to that yellow, was going for the race lead, and it looked like he'd overtaken Madison Bigsby, but it had to be pulled back because of the yellow. Elijah Elder in car number 2E is up to 4th. Elijah Elder restarted this race in 6th, and Elijah Elder not done passing race cars. Paul Sinjic is up to 5th. But a 3-wide battle for P5. He's got Jojo Batalgia and Cole Curry also in the mix. Batalgia in the middle, Curry down on the bottom. Battle for position number 1 now. Seth Waldall going after the 72B of Madison Bigsby. Oh my, Bigsby nearly getting upside down, bicycling a bit. New race leader on lap number 8, Seth Waldall in car number 9 to the point. Seth Waldall leads, Madison Bigsby is second, Elijah Elder third. Then it's Greg Long 4th, Cole Curry is 5th. Jojo Batalgia, Barry Lampert, Paul Sinjic, followed by, looks like Dustin Asher over Crystal Flath, and Dylan Wilcox, the rest of the running order. Back into third place is Greg Long as he overtakes the 2E of Elijah Elder. That is a very good battle between those two drivers. Cole Curry still settling for 5th right now. Nearing past the halfway mark as it'll be 11. No, we're not going to get lap 11 completed. Dustin Asher will come to a halt on the back straightaway. Yellow flag for Dustin Asher and the Doug Pirtle-owned 22X. The Malala youngster coming to a halt was running in 8th place on the lead lap. Seth Waldall is your race leader and has been in that position since lap number 8 in car number 9. Madison Bigsby is 2nd. Greg Long 3rd. Greg Long and Elijah Elder in the 3E have been battling so hard. Elder is 4th. 5th is Cole Curry. 10 down, 15 remain. 6th is Jojo Batalgia. Barry Lampert running in 7th. 8th is Paul Sinjic. Crystal Flath is running in 9th. And 10th will be Dylan Wilcox. John Zeider in car number 7Z is laps down, at least a lap down, as Dustin Asher getting some assistance from a push quad. Seth Waldall, last time he went around, was his fastest lap of the entire night and the fastest lap out of anyone. Lighting the screen up purple. Delaware double file restart coming up. Seth Waldall out of Battleground, Washington. He too looking for his first win on the season. Top 5 in points for the Intermountain Series after one completed round. Jojo Batalgia leads, Barry Lampert second, Ryan Wolf, Cole Curry, and Crystal Flath the top 5. This is, of course, round number 2 of that mini-series and round number 1 of the Hearst Precision Parts Wingless Challenge in the Intermountain Series presented by Van Raden Industries. Green is out. Here we go. We'll see what transpires as far as battles among the top 5 are concerned. Greg Long trying to get around Madison Bigsby for 2nd. Meanwhile, Elijah Elder to P3. Now Cole Curry goes from 5th, possibly to 3rd. Greg Long is back to P5. And oh no, Crystal Flath sideways on the front straightaway. I think we're going to go right back under yellow flag conditions, as she's not able to get it fired up, but it looks like we will improve to 11 laps complete. 11 down and 14 to go. Seth Waldall leading. Madison Bigsby still 2nd. We'll sort everything out for 3rd on back. Almost past the midway point. It's lap number 13 that we're looking for. We're 2 laps shy of that. Friesen Performance IMCA Modifieds are coming up next, 40 laps in distance, and we'll get right into that at the conclusion of this one. Cole Curry will restart 3rd. Elijah Elder 4th. 5th is Greg Long. 6th, Jojo Batalgia. 7th, Paul Sinjic. Running in 8th is Barry Lampert. 9th, Dylan Wilcox. And the last car on the lead lap will be the 10th place scored Crystal Flath. 7Z of John Zeider is a lap down, 2 laps down. 14 away from the checkered flag. And the PMSA micros for the rest of their schedule, you can look at them on Facebook, Pacific Micro Sprint Racing Association, or Pacific Micro Sprint Association, PMSA, on Facebook. They've got a racing page with their schedule and stories with race results. Green is out. Here we go. Good restart for Cole Curry. Curry currently in the runner-up position. Madison Bigsby, a little out of shape going to turn 3. Elijah Elder in the 2E is fourth. Fifth, Greg Long in the black 57. Sixth is under fire. It's Jojo Batalgia currently holding the position down. Paul Sinjic is trying to obtain it. Barry Lampert, Crystal Flath, and Dylan Wilcox, the rest of the running order. We're officially past the midway point, 13 down and 12 to go. John Zeider in the 7Z about to go down another lap as Seth Waldall in the 9 leads, 0.774 seconds the advantage. Cole Curry second. Madison Bigsby still on the podium in third, but here comes Elijah Elder in the 2E. Fifth is now Jojo Batalgia. She gets around the 57 of Greg Long. Side by side for third. It's Elder on the inside. Bigsby in the middle. Elijah Elder in car number 2E, trying to fend off the 72 of Madison Bigsby. Greg Long is fifth. Jojo Batalgia is sixth. Seventh, Barry Lambert trying to obtain the spot from Paul Sinjic. Then Crystal Flath and Dylan Wilcox, the rest of the running order of lead lap cars over a second advantage, Seth Waldall. As we're 7 away from the conclusion of this one. Elijah Elder off of the racetrack in 2E. That was your third place runner. So Madison Bigsby back to third. Fourth is Greg Long. Fifth, Jojo Batalgia. 1 lap car between second and third place. Looking to complete lap number 20. This time by Seth Waldall. 5 circuits away from the victory. It'd be his first in 2022 with the series. Cole Curry, the current runner-up. Madison Bigsby third. Fourth is Greg Long. Fifth, Jojo Batalgia. Barry Lampert trying to get into the top 5 for the first time tonight. Paul Sinjic is seventh. Eighth is Crystal Flath. Ninth, Dylan Wilcox, the last car on the lead lap. And he is in danger of being placed a lap down as Waldall is coming quickly towards his rear bumper. 3 to go for car number 9 out of Battleground, Washington, Seth Waldall. As Crystal Flath and Paul Sinjic nearly battling for 7th place in the running order. Seth Waldall gets around Dylan Wilcox and John Zeider without issue. He's going to see the white sheet flapping in the breeze when they exit turn 4. This time by one more trip around the speedway for Seth Waldall. He's got to deal with Paul Sinjic in the 37. No problem there. Dispatching him to place him a lap down. And tonight's winner, 4 different racetracks, 4 winners for the Pacific Micro Sprint Association. Seth Waldall picks up the main event victory. Cole Curry second. Third will be Madison Bigsby. Fourth is Greg Long. Fifth, Jojo Batalgia. Sixth, Barry Lampert. Seventh, Crystal Flath for your lead lap finishing order. Dylan Wilcox will finish in 8th. Then as far as the rest is concerned, I believe John Zeitner, Elijah Elder, Dustin Asher, Doug Pirtle, William Wolf. That is highly unofficial, but what is known is the 9 of Waldall. Seth Waldall dominates to pick up his first win with the series and make it 4 different winners in as many nights with the group. Friesen Performance IMCA Modifieds are coming up next. 17 cars is going to be traveling for 40 circuits. Your inside pole sitter out of Kaiser and the realestatebride.com entry, John Campos. Outside him, the Whistler Construction number 82 from Otis, Aston Whistler. Starting third, the 99X, John Gaynor out of Vancouver, Washington, sponsored by Swan Island Sheet Metal Works. 47, Carter Patterson, the Water to Go entry out of Lebanon, starts fourth. Fifth is the 6M, Matt Jenner from Vancouver, Washington, the Tom's Performance Machine. Starting in 6th in the TL Morgan Motors, number 5M from Springfield, Jake Maiden. 7th in car number 97, they call him Hollywood, out of right here in Banks, the Rogers Repair, number 97 of Greg Walters. Starting 8th in car number 28, Ian Whistler in the all-purpose storage 28 from Otis, In car number 7, grading up in position number 9 from Forest Grove in the DVC machine-sponsored car, that is Trevor LaBarge. Starting in 10th, your 4-time and defending as well as current point leader here in this division, the Esterly Motel, sponsored number 25 out of Albany, Craig Castle. Starting in 11th, the 48, Aaron Ellis out of Woodland, Washington in his Tommy's Transmissions entry. 57 of Kenny Miller out of Amboy, Washington in the Stipe Engine Specialties. Number 57 starts 12th. 13th will be the 44, Christy Summers out of Woodland, Washington, sponsored by Summers Racing Engines. 97X, Robert Duncan out of Banks in the Summers Machine sponsored car. Starting 15th, the V4, Toby Ferrando in the Joe Coyotes Restaurant Machine from Kaiser. 13 of Bryson James. Jerry Schramm is the car owner. Bryson James out of Albany is the driver, and the Schramm's Brothers excavating number 13 starts 16th. And the late arrival in the Reed's Automotive number 58 out of Woodland, Washington, Devin Reed. 17 cars, 40 laps for the Whistler Construction Modified Frenzy here at Sunset Speedway Park. Whether you're live here in person or watching on Dirt Oval TV, Banks, Oregon, you know what time it is. It's time to batten down the hatches, quickly lock the doors. Things are going to get wild here at Sunset Speedway Park. John Campos, Aston Whistler, front row, pitter-patter, let's get at her. John Campos immediately into the race lead as they travel into turn number 1. There'll be the 82 of Aston Whistler doing battle with the 99X of John Gaynor. A little bit of a tangle between the 7 of Trevor LaBarge and the 48 of Aaron Ellis. Lap number 1 looks like we're going to cleanly complete it, with the 36 of John Campos showing the way. John Campos, Aston Whistler, John Gaynor, followed by Carter Patterson and Matt Jenner, positions 1 through 5 in the scoring order. Lap number 2, similar as lap number 1, cleanly being completed as they are hauling the mail here on this tight quarter-mile bull ring. 6 belongs to Jake Maiden, 7th is Greg Walters, 8th Ian Whistler, 9th Craig Castle, 10th Kenny Miller, followed by Trevor LaBarge, Bryson James, Aaron Elwes, Robert Duncan, Devin Reed, Christy Summers, and the V4 Toby Ferrando. Battle for the race lead as the 82 of Aston Whistler able to take control of position number 1. Slide back from the 36 of John Campos. Aston Whistler is able to take it back. Aston Whistler, your leader in car number 82. Officially obtained it on lap number 3. John Campos, the current runner-up. John Gaynor 3rd. Matt Jenner is 4th. 5th belongs to Carter Patterson. Already lap traffic coming into the mix as we're 5 laps into this. 35 laps to go. Toby Ferrando on the V4 in danger of going a lap down, courtesy of your leader Aston Whistler. Whistler takes to the inside and brings John Campos with him. No lap traffic among the top 2. John Campos keeps the 36 machine on the bottom of the racing surface, trying to finesse the throttle while really ripping the top is the 82 of Aston Whistler. Aston Whistler getting up on the bars and jetting it up. He's got half a second of an advantage over your current second place driver, John Campos. John Gaynor is 3rd. Matt Jenner, your 4th place driver, spins, and look out, everybody. Good evasive action from all parties involved coming out of the second corner, as we will have 7 laps complete without issue. And your race leader, Aston Whistler, getting the lead on lap number 3. The first time we go yellows for the driver that was running 4th on the completion of the last lap, and that is Matt Jenner. 7 down, 33 to go. Aston Whistler leading. Aston Whistler leads. John Campos is 2nd. 3rd, John Gaynor. 4th now will belong to Greg Walters, while rounding up the top 5 is Jake Maiden. 6th is Carter Patterson. 7th, Ian Whistler. 8th, Craig Castle. 9th, Kenny Miller. 10th, Trevor Labarge. Bryson James is 11th, and it's Aaron Elwes 12th. Devin Reed 13th. After that, you've got the 97X of Robert Duncan, 44 Christy Summers, and the 6M of Matt Jenner. All in the lead lap. V4, Toby Ferrando is scored 1 lap down. Set to go green next time by Eston Whistler, your race leader. He has only been here 3 total times. He finished 8th here back in June for the IMCA Wild West Shootout. He does have a top 5 and top 10 finish last year. Talking about your race leader, Eston Whistler from Otis, located just outside of Lincoln City on the northern Oregon coast. Behind him, John Campos and John Gaynor. Green flag. Here we go. Campos in car number 36 trying to rail the top. Kenny Miller in car number 57 into the infield off the pace. Right now we're going to keep this one green. No, we will not. Yellow comes out. And maybe a issue with the left rear possibly of Kenny Miller. It looked like maybe the tire was going down. And I don't think that is the case. And we still have 7 laps complete. Eston Whistler coming into the weekend 9th in KMJ Performance Oregon State points. He does have 1 career win back in 2020 at Cottage Grove Speedway. And right around 72 career starts in the Friesen Performance IMCA Modifieds, 44 top 10s, 26 top 5s, 11 podiums, 2 which have been this year. And both have been at Cottage Grove. He's still yet to open up his winning account, where John Campos has only won once this year. John Campos, 5th in KMJ Performance Oregon State points entering tonight. He is the 2020 KMJ Performance Oregon State champion, as well as 2017 champion. 2020 Cottage Grove Speedway track champ, 2017 Willamette Speedway track champ, and won the IMCA Wild West Shootout in 2018. John Gaynor out of Vancouver, Washington, currently scored in 3rd. He has one top 5, 1 top 10, and 2 starts at Siskiyou Golden Speedway in Wairika, California. Has a 12th place result at Willamette Speedway in Lebanon. Has only made 3 main events this year. He did get a podium finish here last year. And had 2 podium finishes here in 2019. Talking about your 3rd place runner, the 99X, John Gaynor. Greg Walters, currently 2nd in points here locally. And Jake Maiden, your defending KMJ Performance Oregon State champion, rounding up the top 5. Back to green flag action. Greg Walters with the short slide on the 5M of Jake Maiden. Maiden looking for the double overtake around Carter Patterson in the 47 and the 97 of Greg Walters. Maiden in the all red number 5M on the bottom of the racetrack. Now quickly approaching the 99X of John Gaynor, while your top 3 runners are primarily focusing on the high side. Maiden trying to make the bottom work. Yellow is out. Devin Reed in car number 58 gets sideways, and we go yellow for the 3rd time. 8 laps complete, 32 to go here in the Whistler Construction Modified Frenzy. So your top 5, Eston Whistler, John Campos, John Gaynor. Jake Maiden has worked his way up to 4th. 5th is Greg Walters, current runner-up in points here. Greg Walters, a multi-time late model champion at this venue. He has 13 career victories in this division at this racetrack. The only driver with more is the 25 of Craig Castle, your current point leader and 4-time defending track champion, with 14. Jake Maiden, last year the KMJ Performance Oregon State champion, won the track title at Willamette Speedway, and 2018-2019 Cottage Grove Speedway track champion. in this division. Carter Patterson restarts 6th, Ian Whistler 7th, Trevor Labarge 8th, 9th is Craig Castle, 10th is Bryson James, 11th Aaron Elwes, 12th will go to the 44 of Christy Summers, then it's Matt Jenner, Kenny Miller, Robert Duncan, Devin Reed is the last car on the lead lap, is the V4 of Toby Ferrando, and 17th is 1 lap down. 32 laps to go, green flag, and this one is back underway. Campos again trying to strike on the inside of Eston Whistler. Not going to happen as they go out of turn number 2. Whistler gets the necessary drive to open up the gap just a little bit. As John Gaynor trying to hold on to 3rd place. Jake Maiden down on the bottom is up to P3, and he's going to bring the 97 of Greg Walters with him. Ian Whistler in car number 28 started this one deep, and now he is trying to move in the top 5 for the first time tonight. Pardon me, Ian Whistler started in 8th place in tonight's starting grid despite having a terrible start to the night in qualifying. Side by side for 2nd place is John Campos and Jake Maiden kick the dust up. Going into turn number 3, it's Jake Maiden up to P2. Jake Maiden just 1 win to his credit as we've got trouble in turn 4. 44 Christy Summers and the 57 of Kenny Miller are in trouble. And that is the 4th stoppage of the race. 11 laps complete, 29 to go. Eston Whistler leads. Jake Maiden now will restart in the runner-up position. John Campos is 3rd. 4th is Greg Walters, and clawing his way into the top 5 is either Ian Whistler or Craig Castle. So originally thought that Ian Whistler started really, really far in the field. He started 8th and looking for 5th here. We'll see what race officials rule, as it looks like Ian Whistler is having some transponder issues of it picking up, but he is towards the front. He started the night off starting in the back of his heat race, almost directly made it into the scramble and would have started no worse than 6th, but was a spot or 2 shy earlier in the program tonight. And Kenny Miller, significant damage done to that left front of the 57 machine, and he will take it off of the racetrack. Ian Whistler is 5th. Craig Castle is 6th. Aaron Elwes 7th. 8th is John Gaynor. 9th now is the 13 of Bryson James. Bryson James, he most definitely had to start this one deep. Started 16th, trying to be hashtag Stephanie Strong in this one. 10th is Carter Patterson. 11th, Trevor Labarge. 12th is Matt Jenner. 13th, Devin Reed. 14th, Robert Duncan. 15th and final car on the lead lap is the 44, Christy Summers. Is the V4, Toby Ferrando is a lap down. 4 races, 4 different winners. 2 of those drivers in attendance tonight. Bryson James, Craig Castle, Jeff Lovell, and Colin Weinbarger. The other 2 unfortunately not here, as Eston Whistler is your leader. Delaware double file restart. Keep an eye on the red number 5M of Jake Maiden as we get this one back to green flag action. John Campos trying to sprint out in front of Jake Maiden to secure 2nd back. But Jake Maiden on the bottom, one of the only drivers making the low line work, is Eston Whistler trying to take off from the rest of the field. His younger brother Ian Whistler in the black and blue number 28 going around the top of the 97 of Greg Walters side by side for position number 4. John Gaynor is 6th. 7th, Craig Castle. 8th, Aaron Elwes. 9th is Bryson James, and currently right now in 10th, Carter Patterson. John Campos is back in a second, but here comes with an answer down on the bottom, the 5M of Jake Maiden. Similar battle for 4th between the 97 of Greg Walters and the 28 of Ian Whistler. Jake Maiden give him the nod for 2nd place as they complete lap number 14, getting closer and closer to the halfway mark. 14 down, 26 to go, and it'll be 25 laps to go as they look to complete lap number 15 this time around. Jake Maiden down on the bottom, while the top side is the 36 of John Campos. Now Jake Maiden looks like he has 2nd secured. Now 1 more position to go. 1 more step in the proverbial staircase towards the front as Toby Ferrando, the V4, is about to go down a lap. 82 of Eston Whistler going to have to strategically deal with the V4 Ferrando side by side for the race lead. Stair step formation 3 wide coming out of turn number 4 for P1. Eston Whistler continues to lead, tries to regain the momentum on the high side as Jake Maiden on the bottom picks up the left front just ever so briefly. We've got a battle for the race lead as they come off of corner number 4 with 22 laps to go. 44 of Christy Summers coming into the sights of your race leader, Eston Whistler, Jake Maiden, and John Campos. Greg Walters remains in 4th. Ian Whistler is 5th. Aaron Elwes is 6th. As neck and neck at the line at the start finish between the 82 of Eston Whistler. It would be a big win for either party. The Whistler Construction Modified Frenzy has no doubt been a frenzy as we make it to the midway point. 20 down and 20 to go for Eston Whistler. Jake Maiden 2nd, John Campos 3rd, Greg Walters 4th, 5th is Ian Whistler. 6th is Aaron Elwes, 7th now is Bryson James, 8th John Gaynor, Matt Jenner 9th, and 10th belongs to Craig Castle. 44 Christy Summers about to go down a lap as Eston Whistler went off of the top of the track and goes now towards the bottom. That is where Jake Maiden and John Campos currently inhabit on this quarter-mile bullring clay oval. Now Eston Whistler trying to re-strategize and possibly bring the 82 back to the top. So no, he's going to stay down low. Jake Maiden continues to stay on the bottom and as they nearly get side by side coming off of the 4th corner. Robert Duncan in car number 97X is the next car in line to go a lap down. Trevor LaBarge pulls in the infield and we will stay green. Robert Duncan currently scored in 12th place right now. Last car on the lead lap. He's dealing with the V4 of Toby Ferrando, the lap car. Eston Whistler not able to clear the V4 Ferrando. Here comes the 5M of Jake Maiden trying to capitalize. Eston Whistler on a 2nd attempt will make it by as we have possibly a little bit of plastic coming off of somebody's race car. That will keep us under green flag racing conditions with 15 laps to go this time around. Eston Whistler has been your leader since lap number 3 as Robert Duncan of the 97X trying to stay on the lead lap, but Eston Whistler says, I'm coming through. Jake Maiden in the 5M is a close second. Nearly close contact between the 97X of Duncan and the 82 of Whistler. The gap, 0.580 seconds. Jake Maiden has gotten very close to Eston Whistler, and he's actually been in position to challenge, but hasn't made it past the 82 machine. John Campos 3rd, 4th is Greg Walters, and we've got a 3-car melee for 5th between the 28 of Ian Whistler, the 48 of Aaron Elwes, and the 13 of Bryson James. Bryson James trying to rocket around both the 48 of Elwes and the 28 of Ian Whistler as lap traffic again coming in the picture for your race leader, Eston Whistler. This time, Jake Maiden going to take it on the top shelf, going to dime it a little bit off of the corner. 58 of Devin Reed is the car immediately in front of your top 2 as Eston Whistler to the inside of Devin Reed looks like he will dispatch the 58 and put him a lap down. Now Jake Maiden has to quickly make it past Devin Reed. Whistler got a little sideways coming out of the second quarter, a little bit of fishtail action from the 82, but he maintains a decent lead over the 5M of Jake Maiden, but zero room for error on the part of Eston Whistler. Carter Patterson, last car on the lead lap, scored in 10th place as we've got 9 laps to go. Now make it 8 to go this time by as they will successfully attempt to make lap number 32 officially count. V4 Toby Ferrando right in front of your leader Eston Whistler in the 5M of Jake Maiden. Whistler gets around Ferrando. Same with the 5M of Maiden, and here comes the 36 of John Campos. Don't count him out. 82 of Eston Whistler trying to strategically pass the 47 of Carter Patterson. It is big money moves coming up as Whistler leaves the bottom exposed. The 5M of Jake Maiden strikes down on the inside, neck and neck as they come out of the 4th corner. Whistler trying to chug along on the top and overtake the 47 of Carter Patterson. Oh no, your 2nd place car, Jake Maiden sideways, and he tries to keep it going, but the yellow flag comes out. Yellow flag comes out for the 5th time. 34 laps complete and just 6 to go. How about it, race fans? 23 laps of non-stop action. Eston Whistler, the teenager out of Otis, fending off Jake Maiden. Jake Maiden pulling into the pits. Probably going to report to the work area. And a heartbreak for Jake Maiden as the opportunity was presenting itself to draw level and possibly overtake the top spot. For Carter Patterson, he will remain on the lead lap. And for Eston Whistler, a clean racetrack to deal with 6 laps remaining in the lap count. John Campos will restart second. Greg Walters third. 16th to 4th, Bryson James. 5th in the running order is Aaron Elwes, and you've got a couple lap cars in between 4th and 5th. The 58 of Devin Reed, the 97X of Robert Duncan, is Duncan, his right side door falling off in turns 3 and 4. Restarting in 6th is going to be the 28 of Ian Whistler, 7th, 25, Craig Castle, 8th, 99X, John Gaynor. And then you've got the 47, Carter Patterson, 5M, Jake Maiden. 44, Christy Summers is laps down. What an incredible race tonight. Six to go, 34 complete. Eston Whistler trying to put a strategy here to just finish this one off. John Campos led the first couple laps. He would love to reobtain the top place position and get to the point. Greg Walters looking for his first win on the season. We'll restart third. We've got Bryson James, who won here during the IMCA Wild West Shootout. He's coming off a huge victory last Saturday night at Cottage Grove Speedway for the Mark Howard Memorial Modified Nationals. Green is back out. Here we go. Whistler will go to the bottom of turns 1 and 2. Bryson James immediately goes to third as he's able to get around the lap car, the 58 of Devin Reed, as well as the 97 of Greg Walters. And here comes Bryson James all of a sudden with a head of steam. Bryson James trying to get underneath John Campos. That is for second, while Campos trying to stay within reach of the 82 of Eston Whistler. Fourth is Greg Walters. Fifth, Aaron Elwes. No lap cars among your pretty much your top 10 runners. Bryson James to the bottom, really making the low line work. And we have Christy Summers sideways. That's going to bring out a late race yellow, a late race caution. Christy Summers, 36 down, 4 to go. 6th stoppage of the race. And just as Bryson James and John Campos were fighting fiercely for second, Eston Whistler was pulling away. 0.560 seconds was the interval on the completion of lap 36. It's looking like Bryson James is running in third still. I think John Campos is still the runner-up. Greg Walters, though, he's fourth. Aaron Elwes is fifth. Ian Whistler sixth. Seventh, Craig Castle. Eighth, John Gaynor. Ninth is the 5M of Jake Maiden. And last car on the lead lap, Carter Patterson in the 47 is 10th. Four to go. Bryson James looking for win number 12 of the season. It would be a second here, and he'd be the first repeat winner at Sunset Speedway Park for 2022. Single file nose to tail restart since less than 5 laps remain, but it is going to be a very important restart for all parties trying to pick up the Whistler Construction Modified Frenzy victory. Green is back out as John Campos dedicates the 36 to the bottom. 13 of Bryson James going to the high side. In turns 1 and 2, he's going to stay there in 3 and 4. Time is running out, though, to build the proper momentum to move forward. Nearly a full second, the gap between first and second place is Bryson James trying to get around John Campos for position number 2. Eston Whistler has full control of the race lead right now as Ian Whistler trying to crack in the top 5 late in this one, trying to overtake the 48 of Aaron Ellis. White flag this time by for Eston Whistler out of Otis in car number 82. John Campos is still second, Bryson James third. For the final time here at Sunset Speedway Park, the Whistler Construction Modified Frenzy is going to be won by the Otis teenager of Eston Whistler. John Campos second, Bryson James third, Greg Walters is fourth, fifth will be Aaron Ellis, sixth Ian Whistler, seventh Craig Castle, eighth Jake Maiden. Ninth in the finishing order will be I think it's going to be John Gaynor, then Carter Patterson, Devin Reed, Christy Summers, Matt Jenner, Toby Ferrando, Trevor LaBarge, and Kenny Miller, the unofficial rest of the finishing order. Eston Whistler race fans got the lead on lap number 3, held on to it the rest of the way, and he picks up the big check, $1,500 going to his name. Eston Whistler out of Otis, his first victory of 2022 in Speedway Motors IMCA weekly racing competition. Gonna go downstairs, grab a word with our top placers. And just like that, what a wild and crazy night here at the Banks Bull Ring.